The Richest Man in Babylon. George S. Clason. Preface. Our prosperity as a nation depends on the financial prosperity of each of us as individuals. This book is about each person's personal success. Success means achievements as a result of our own efforts and skills. Good preparation is the key to success. Our actions cannot be wiser than our thoughts. Our actions and our way of thinking cannot be wiser than our understanding. This book of remedies for empty pockets has been described as a guide to financial understanding. Its objective is to offer those who they desire economic success, a vision that helps them get money, keep it, and make it bear fruit. In the following pages we will return to ancient Babylon, birthplace of the basic rules of economics that are recognized still today and applied throughout the world. The author hopes that this book will serve as an inspiration for his new readers, as it has for so many others throughout the country, so that his account bank will constantly increase, that their economic successes will increase, and that they will discover the solution to their financial problems. The author takes this opportunity to express his gratitude to the administrators who have generously shared these stories with their friends, relatives, employees and associates. No support would have been more convincing than that of practical men who have appreciated these teachings and have succeeded using the rules proposed in this book. Babylon, it became the richest city in the world in ancient times because its citizens were the richest people of their time. They appreciated the value of money. They applied solid basic rules to obtain it, preserve it and make it bear fruit. They got what we all want, income for the future. Money is the universal criterion by which success is measured in our society. Pause equals 500. Money gives the possibility of enjoying the best things in existence. Money abounds for those who know the means to obtain it. Nowadays money it is subject to the same laws that governed it 6,000 years ago, when prosperous men walked the streets of Babylon. 1. The man who wanted gold. Ban-Sur, the chariot maker of the city of Babylon, was feeling very discouraged. Sitting on the wall surrounding his property, he looked sadly at his modest house and his workshop, in which there was an unfinished chariot. His wife often came to the door. She would cast a furtive glance in his direction, reminding him that they were almost out of food and that he would have to be finishing the cart, that is, nailing, carving, polishing and painting, spreading the leather over the wheels, thus preparing it to be delivered and paid for by the rich client. However, his large, muscular body remained motionless, leaning against the wall. His slow mind gave he returned to a matter for which he could not find any solution. The warm tropical sun, so typical of the Euphrates Valley, fell on him without mercy. Beads of sweat beaded his forehead and they slid down to his hairy chest. His house was dominated, at the back, by the walls that surrounded the terraces of the royal palace. Very close by, the painted tower of the Temple of Bel was silhouetted against the blue of the sky. In the shadow of such a majesty was drawn his modest house, and many others as well, much less clean and cared for than his. This was Babylon, a mixture of sumptuousness and simplicity, of blinding wealth and terrible poverty without any order within the city walls. If he had bothered to turn around, Ban-Sur would have seen the noisy carts of the rich jostling and staggering both sandal-wearing merchants and barefoot beggars. Even the rich were forced to put their feet into drains to make way for others. The long lines of slaves and water-bearers serving the king. Each slave carried a heavy goatskin filled with water which he poured into the hanging gardens. Ban-Sur was too absorbed in his own trouble to hear or pay attention to the confusing hustle and bustle of the rich city. It was the familiar sound of a lyre that brought him out of his reverie. He turned his head, he turned around and saw the expressive, smiling face of his best friend, Kobe the musician. "May the gods bless you with great generosity, my good friend," Kobe said in greeting. "But it seems to me that they are so generous that you no longer have any need to work. I'm glad you have that luck. In fact, I would like to share it with you." Pause equals 500. Please do me the favor of taking 2 shekels from your purse, which must be very full, since you are not working in your workshop, and lend them to me until after the nobles' feast tonight. You will not lose them, they will be returned to you. If I had 2 shekels, Ban-Sur answered sadly, I could not lend them to anyone, not even to you, my best friend, because they would be my entire fortune. Nobody lends their entire fortune, not even to their best friend. What? Kobe exclaimed in surprise, you don't have even a shekel in your bag and you remain sitting on the wall like a statue. Why don't you finish that car? How do you satisfy your hunger? I don't recognize you, my friend. Where is your overflowing energy? Does anything bother you? Have the gods caused you any trouble? It must be a torture that the gods have sent me, Bansir commented. It began with a dream that made no sense, in which I believed I was a lucky man. Pause equals 500, from my waist hung a bag full of heavy coins. I had shekels that I carelessly threw to beggars, gold coins with which I bought supplies for my wife and everything I wanted for myself. I even had gold coins that allowed me to look confidently into the future and spend freely. A wonderful feeling of satisfaction invaded me. If you had seen me, you would not have known the hardworking man in me. Worker, nor in my wife the wrinkled woman, you would have found instead a woman with a face full of happiness who smiled like at the beginning of our marriage. A beautiful dream indeed, commented Kobe, but why should such pleasant feelings turn you into a statue placed on the wall? Because the moment I woke up and remembered how empty my bag was, a feeling of rebellion invaded me. Let's talk about it. As the people say sailors, we both rowed in the same boat. When we were young we went to visit the priests to learn their wisdom. When we became men, we shared the same pleasures. Pause equals 500, in adulthood, we have always been good friends. We were satisfied with our lot. We were happy to work long hours and spend our wages freely. Pause equals 500, we earned a lot of money during the past years, but we have only been able to experience the joys of wealth in dreams. Are we stupid sheep? We live in the richest city in the world. Travelers say that no other city can match it. This wealth stretches before us, but we own none of it. Pause equals 500, after having spent half your life working hard, you, my best friend, have an empty purse and ask me, can you lend me a sum as insignificant as 2 shekels until after the nobles' feast tonight? And what do I answer you? Am I saying that here is my bag, and that I share its contents with you? No, I admit that my bag is as empty as yours. What's wrong? Why can't we get more silver and more gold, more than what is necessary to be able to eat and clothe ourselves? Let us consider our children. Are they not following the same path as their parents? Will they also with their families, and their children with theirs, have to live among the gold hoarders, and will they have to be content with drinking the usual goat's milk and eating clear soup? In all these years that we have been friends, you have never spoken like that, Kobe replied, intrigued. In all these years, I had never thought like that. From dawn until the darkness made me stop. I have worked making the most beautiful cars that a man can make, hardly daring to hope that one day the gods would recognize my good works and give me great prosperity, which they have never done. At last I realize that they never will. That's why I'm sad. I want to be rich. I want to own land and cattle, wear beautiful clothes and fill my purse with money. I am willing to work for it with all my strength, with all the skill of my hands, with all the skill of my head, but I want my efforts to be rewarded. What's wrong with us? I ask you again. Why don't we have a fair share of all the good things, so abundant, that those who have gold can get? Oh, if I knew the answer. Kobe answered. I am no more satisfied than you. All the money I earn with my lira is spent quickly. Pause equals 500, I often have to plan and calculate so that my family does not go hungry. I too have a deep desire to have a lira big enough for make resonate the great music that comes to mind. With such an instrument I could produce music so soft that not even the king himself would have ever heard anything like it. You should have a lyre like that. No one in the city of Babylon could make it sound better than you, make it sing so melodiously that not only the king, but the gods themselves would be amazed. But how could you get it if you and I are as poor as the king's slaves? Hear the bell. They're coming. He pointed to a long column of half-naked men, the water-bearers coming from the river, sweating and suffering along a narrow street. They walked in a column of 5 hunched under the heavy goat skin filled with water. The man that he guides you is beautiful, Kobe indicated the man who was ringing the bell and walking in front of everyone, without a burden dash. In his country it is easy to find beautiful men. There are several beautiful faces in the line, said Bansir, as beautiful as ours. Tall, blonde men from the north, smiling black men from the south, and short, dark men from neighboring countries, pause, equals 500, they all walk together from the river to the gardens and from the gardens to the river, every day of every year. They cannot expect any happiness. They sleep on beds of straw and they eat porridge. I feel sorry for those poor animals, Kobe. I feel sorry for them too. But they remind me that we are not much better off than them, even though we call ourselves free. It's true, Kobe, but I like to think about that. We don't want to continue living like slaves year after year. Work, work, work. And get nowhere. Shouldn't we try to find out how the others got their gold and do like them? Asked Kobe. Perhaps there is a secret that we can learn simply if we find those who know it, Bansir answered thoughtfully. Just today, Kobe added, I have come across with our old friend Arkad, who was riding in his golden chariot. I'll tell you that he hasn't even looked at me, a thing some of his kind believe they have the right to do. Instead he waved his hand so that the spectators could see him wave and grant Kobe the favor of a kind smile. The musician. Yes, they say he is the richest man in all Babylon, said Bansir. So rich, they say, that the king uses his gold for matters of the treasure, Kobe answered. So rich, Bansir commented, that if I met him at night I would be tempted to empty his bag. That's absurd. Replied Kobe. A man's fortune is not in the purse he carries with him. A well-filled purse empties quickly if there is no source of gold to feed it. Arkad has an income that keeps his purse full, no matter how he spends his money. Income, that's what's important. Said Bansir. I want an income that will continue to feed my purse, whether I sit on the wall of my house or travel to distant countries. Arkad must know how a man can secure an income. Do you think he will be able to explain it to someone with a mind as dull as mine? I think he taught his son no master his knowledge, Kobe replied. Rich people of the city. Kobe, what you just said has given birth to a bright idea in me. New shine appeared in Bansir's eyes. Nothing is hard to ask for wise advice to a good friend, and Arkad has always been a friend. It doesn't matter that our bags are as empty as last year's falcon's nest. Let's not stop therefore. Let us not worry about not possessing gold in the midst of abundance. We wish to be rich. Come. Let's go to Arkad and ask him how we could make a profit for ourselves. You speak with true inspiration, Bansir. You bring to my mind a new vision of things. You make me aware of the reason why we have never had our share of wealth. We have never actively sought it. You have worked patiently to build the strongest chariots in Babylon. You have concentrated all your efforts on it. Efforts, and you have achieved it. I have strived to become a skilled musician, and I have achieved it. In what we have set out to succeed, we have succeeded. Pause equals 500. The gods were happy to let us continue like this. Now, at last we see a light as bright as the dawn. He commands us to learn more to become more prosperous. We will find, with a new understanding, honorable ways to fulfill our wishes. Let us go today to see Arkad, said Bansir. Let us ask the friends of our childhood who have also not succeeded to join us and share that wisdom with us. You are truly a thoughtful friend, Bansir. That is why you have so many friends. We will do as you say. Let's go today and look for them and take them with us. 2. The richest man in Babylon. In ancient Babylon there lived a very rich man named Arkad. His immense fortune made him admired throughout the world. He was also known for his prodigality. He gave generously to the poor. He was lavish with his family. He spent a lot on himself. But his fortune increased every year more than he could spend. One day, some childhood friends came to see him and told him, they said, "You, Arkad, are luckier than us. You have become the richest man in Babylon while we are still struggling to survive. You can carry the most beautiful clothes and treat you to the rarest delicacies, while we have to content ourselves with clothing our families barely decently and feeding them as well as we can. However, at one time we were equal. Pause equals 500, we studied with the same teacher. We played the same games. You didn't surpass us in games or studies. And during those years you were no better citizen than we were. And as far as we can judge, you have not worked harder or harder than us. Capricious fortune is an evil goddess who does not always favor the same people. On the contrary, she brings to ruin almost all the men on whom she has rained gold without them make any effort. It makes thoughtless spenders who spend everything they earn act in a disorderly manner, leaving them only appetites and desires so great that they cannot satisfy them. On the other hand, others whom he favors become miserly and hoard their property for fear of spending what they have, since they know that they are not capable of replacing it. Furthermore, they always fear being attacked by thieves and condemn themselves to live an empty life, alone and miserable. There are probably others who can use the gold they have earned without effort, make it work and continue to be happy men and satisfied citizens. However, they are few in number. I only know them by hearsay. Think of the men who have suddenly inherited fortunes and tell me if what I tell you is not true. His friends thought these words were true, for they knew of men who had inherited fortunes. They asked him to explain how he had become such a prosperous man. In my youth, he continued, I looked around me and saw all the good things that could give me happiness and satisfaction, and I realized that wealth increased the power of those goods. Wealth is a power. Wealth makes many things possible. It allows you to furnish a house with the most beautiful furniture. It allows you to navigate distant seas. It allows you to taste fine delicacies from distant countries. It allows you to buy ornaments from the goldsmith and the jeweler. It even allows you to build grandiose temples for the gods. It allows all those things and even many others that bring pleasure to the senses and satisfaction to the soul. When I understood all that, I promised myself that I would have my share of the good things in life. That I wouldn't be one of those who stay on the sidelines, watching with envy as others enjoy their fortune. I wouldn't settle for less expensive clothes that would only be respectable. I would not be content with the life of a poor man. On the contrary, I would be invited to the banquet of good things. Being, as you already know, the son of a humble merchant, and a member of a large family, he had no hope of inheriting, and was not especially endowed with strength or wisdom, as you have so frankly stated, so I decided that if I wanted to get what I wanted I would need to dedicate time and study. As for time, all men have it in abundance. You have let the necessary time pass to get rich. And yet you admit that you have no other assets to show than your good families, of which you have reason to be proud. As far as study is concerned, didn't our wise teacher teach us that it has two levels? The things that we have already learned and that we already know, and the training that shows us how to discover what we don't know. So I decided to look for what I had to do to accumulate wealth, and when I found it, I believed in the obligation to do it and to do it well. Pause equals 500. Well, isn't it wise to want to take advantage of life while the sun shines on us, since misfortune will soon fall upon us the moment we leave for the blackness of the spirit world? I found a position as a scribe in the archive room, where for long hours every day, I worked on the clay tablets, week after week, month after month. However, nothing remained of what I earned. Food, clothing, what corresponded to the gods and other things that I no longer remember, absorbed all my benefits. But he was still determined. And one day, Algamish the moneylender came to the house of the lord of the city and ordered a copy of the 9th law. He told me, I have to have it in my possession within 2 days. If the work is done on time I will give you 2 copper coins. So I worked hard, but the law was long, and when Algamish returned, he had not finished the work. I was angry. If I had been his slave he would have hit me. But since I knew that my master would not have allowed it, I was not afraid and asked him, Algamish, you are a rich man. Tell me how I can become rich and I will work all night writing on the tablets so that when the sun rises the law will be engraved. He smiled at me and replied, You are a clever young man, I accept the deal. Pause, equals 500. I spent the whole night writing, even though my back hurt and the bad smell of the lamp gave me a headache, until I could hardly see anymore. But when he returned at dawn, the tablets were finished. Now, I said, keep your promise. You have done your part of the bargain, my son, he said kindly, and I am willing to fulfill mine. I will tell you what you want to know because I am getting old and old tongues like to talk, and when a young man goes to an old man for advice, he drinks from the fountain of wisdom that comes from experience. Too many times, young people believe that the old only know the wisdom of times past and thus do not benefit from it. But remember this: the sun that shines now is the same that shone when your father was born and the same that will shine when the last of your grandchildren dies. The ideas of young people, he continued, are brilliant lights that shine like meteors that light up the sky, but the wisdom of the old man is like the row of stars that always shine in the same way, so that sailors can trust in them. Hold these words well if you want to grasp the truth of what they tell you. I'm going to say and not think that you have worked in vain all night. Then, under his bushy eyebrows, his eyes looked at me steadily and he said in a low but firm voice, I found the path of the wealth when I decided that a part of everything I earned had to belong to me. The same will be true for you. Then he continued to look at me and his gaze pierced me. Gyro added nothing more. Is that all? I asked. It was enough to turn a shepherd into a gold lender, he replied. Pause equals 500, but I can keep everything I earn, right? I said. Not at all, he replied. Don't you pay the shoemaker? Don't you pay the tailor? Don't you pay for food? Can you live in Babylon without spending? What do you have left of everything you earned last year? Idiot. You pay everyone except yourself. You work for others. It might as well be that you were a slave and worked for your owner, who would give you what you need to eat and dress. If you saved a tenth of what you earn in a year, how much would you have in 10 years? My knowledge of calculation allowed me to answer, as much as I earn in a year. He replied, what you say is half true. Every gold coin you save it is a slave that works for you. Each of the small coins that it will provide you will generate others that will also work for you. If you want to get rich, your savings they must surrender to you and these return surrender to you in turn. All this will help you achieve the abundance for which you are eager. You think I pay you poorly for the long night of work, he continued, but in truth I pay you 1,000 times over. You just need to grasp the truth of what I have presented to you. A part of what you earn is yours and you can keep it. It should not be less than a tenth, whatever the amount you earn. It can be much more when you can afford it. Pay yourself first. Don't buy to the shoemaker or tailor more than you can pay with what you have left, so that you have enough for food, charity, and devotion to the gods. Wealth, like the tree, is born from a seed. The first coin you save will be the seed that will make the tree of your wealth grow. The sooner you plant your seed, the sooner the tree will grow. The more faithfully you water and fertilize your tree, the sooner you will cool, satisfied, under its shade. Having said this, he took his tablets and left. I thought a lot about what he had told me and it seemed reasonable. So I decided I would try it. Every time I got paid, I took a coin of copper out of 10 and I saved it. And strange as it may seem, I was no more short of money than before. After I got used to it, I hardly noticed it, but I was often tempted to spend my treasure, which was beginning to grow, to buy some of the good things that the merchants showed, things brought by camels and ships from the country of the Phoenicians. But I prudently held back. Pause equals 500. 12 months after Algamish's visit, he returned and said to me, my son, have you paid yourself with a tenth of what you have earned this year? I responded proudly, yes, master. Well, he responded happily, what have you done with her? I have given it to Asmur the brickmaker. He told me that he would travel across distant seas and buy rare jewels from the Phoenicians in Tyre, and then sell them here at high prices, and that we would share the, you learn the hard way, he growled, how could you trust a brickmaker over a matter of jewelry? Would you go to see the baker for a matter of the stars? Surely not, if you thought a little you would go see an astronomer. You have lost your savings, my young friend, you've cut your wealth tree in the bud. But plant another. And next time, if you want advice on jewelry, go see a jeweler. Pause equals 500, if you want to know the truth about the lambs, go see the shepherd. Advice is something that is given freely, but only take the good ones. Whoever asks for advice about his savings from someone who is not knowledgeable in the matter will have to pay with his savings the price of the falsity of the advice. After saying this, he left. And it happened as he had predicted, for the Phoenicians turned out to be scoundrels, and had sold Asmur pieces of worthless glass that looked like precious stones. But, as Algamish had indicated, I saved again 1 copper coin for every 10 I earned since I had gotten used to it, and it was not difficult for me. 12 months later, Algamish returned to the scribe's room and addressed me. "What progress have you made since I last saw you?" "I have paid myself regularly," I replied, "and have entrusted my savings to Agur, the shield maker, to purchase bronze, and every 4 months he pays me the interest." "Very well. And what do you do with that interest?" "I feast on honey, good wine, and spice cake. I have also bought myself a scarlet tunic. And one day I will buy a young donkey so I can walk around." Hearing that, Algamish laughed. "You eat up the profits of your savings. So, how do you want them to work for you? How can they in turn produce more benefits that work for you? First, get an army of gold slaves, and then you can enjoy the banquets without worrying." After this, I didn't see him again for 2 years. When he returned, his face was covered with wrinkles and his eyes were sunken, as he was getting old. He told me, "Arkad, are you already rich, just as you dreamed?" And I answered, "No, I still don't have everything I want, just a part, but I get profits that are multiplying." "And you still ask the brick makers for advice?" "As for how to make bricks, they give good advice," I replied. "Arkad," he continued, "you have learned your lesson well. First you learned to live with less than what you earned, then you learned to ask advice from men who were competent thanks to the experience acquired and who wanted to share it, and finally you have learned to make your money work for you. You have learned for yourself just the way to get money, keep it and use it. So you are competent and prepared to assume a position of responsibility. I am getting old, my children are only they think about spending and never about earning. My businesses are very big and I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of them. If you want to go to Dnieper to take care of my lands there, I will make you my partner and we will share the profits." So I went to Dnieper and took care of the important business, and because I was full of ambition and had learned the 3 rules of wealth management, I was able to greatly increase the value of his property. So when the spirit of Algamish went into the world of darkness, I was entitled to a portion of his property, as he had agreed according to the law. Pause equals 500, thus spoke Arkad, and when he had finished telling his story, one of the friends spoke. "You were very lucky that Algamish made you his heir. I just had the great luck of wanting to prosper before I found it. Did I not prove my determination for 4 years by saving 1/10 of what I earned? Would you say that the fisherman who spends long years studying the behavior of fish and manages to catch them thanks to a change in the wind, throwing his nets at just the right moment is lucky? Opportunity is an arrogant goddess who wastes no time on the unprepared. You showed great will when you continued after losing your first year's savings." "Will?" replied Arkad. "How absurd! Do you believe that the will gives man the strength to lift a load that a camel cannot carry or that an ox cannot pull? The will is nothing more than the inflexible determination to carry out what has been imposed. When I impose a job on myself, no matter how small, I finish it. On the other hand, how could I trust myself to do important work? If I make up my mind that for 100 days, every time I cross the bridge that leads to the city I will pick up a stone and throw it into the river, I will do it. If the 7th day passed without me remembering, I won't tell myself what will happen the next day, I will throw 2 stones, and it will be the same. Instead I will turn around and throw the stone into the river. On the 20th day I will not tell myself that everything this is useless, nor will I ask myself what is the point of throwing stones into the river every day. You could throw a handful of stones and you would have finished everything. No, I will not say that, nor will I do it. When I impose I do work, so I try not to start difficult or impossible jobs because I like to have free time." Then, another of the friends raised his voice. "If what you say is true, and if, as you have said, it is reasonable, then all men could do it, and if everyone did it, there would not be enough wealth for everyone." "The wealth increases every time men expend their energy," answered Arkad. "If a rich man builds a new palace, is the gold he pays for lost? No, the brick maker has a share, the worker another, the artist his. And everyone who works in the construction of the palace receives a share. And when the palace is finished, isn't it worth what it cost? And doesn't the land on which it is built acquire more value due to this fact? Wealth grows in a magical way. No man can predict its limit. Have not the Phoenicians built great cities on arid coasts thanks to the wealth brought by their merchant ships? What do you advise us so that we too can become rich? Asked one of the friends. The years have gone by, we are no longer young and we have no money to save. I recommend that you put Algamish's wise principles into practice, and you said to yourself, a part of everything I earn goes back to me and I have to keep it. Tell it when you get up, tell it at noon, tell it in the afternoon, tell it every hour of every day. Repeat until these words stand out like letters of fire in the sky. Fill yourself with this idea. Fill yourself with this thought. Take the portion that seems prudent to you of what you earn, which is not less than a tenth, and keep it. Organize your expenses accordingly. But the first thing is to save that part. You will soon know the pleasant sensation of possessing a treasure that belongs only to you, which as it increases, stimulates you. A new pleasure in living will encourage you. Pause equals 500, if you make greater efforts, you will get more. If your profits grow, even if the percentage is the same, your profits will be greater, right? When you get to this point, learn to make your gold work for you, make it your slave. Make your slaves' children and your children's children work for you. Secure an income for the future, look to the elderly and do not forget that you will be one of them. Invest your assets with the greatest prudence so as not to lose them. The interests of the usurers are irresistible siren songs that lure the reckless towards the rocks of perdition and remorse. Watch that your family does not fall into need if the gods call you to their kingdom. The prudent man does not trust in receiving a large sum of money if he has not seen it before. Consult the wise men. Seek the advice of those who handle money every day. Let them spare you from mistakes like the one I made in trusting my money to the judgment of Asmur, the brickmaker. A small sure interest is preferable to a great risk. Take advantage of life while you are in this world, do not make too many economies. Apart from this, live within your income and do not become grubby or afraid of spend. Life is beautiful and full of good things that you can enjoy. After saying this, his friends thanked him and left. They had understood that Algamish had returned to the scribe's hall to look closely at a man who was plotting a path toward the light. Once the light had been found, he would already have a position. They knew that no one could occupy this place without first having come to understand all this for himself and without being willing to take advantage of the opportunity when it presented itself. These last were the ones who, during the following years, assiduously visited Arkad, who received them with joy. He advised them and gave them his wisdom freely as men of faith always like to do. Long experience. He helped them invest their savings in such a way that they would give them a secure interest and would not be wasted on bad investments that would not have given any benefit. The day they became aware of the truth that had been transmitted from Algamish to Arkad and from Arkad to them, was a milestone in their lives. A part of what you earn goes back to you, preserved. 3. The 7 ways to fill an empty bag. Babylon's glory persists. Through the centuries, it has maintained the reputation of having been one of the richest cities with the most fabulous treasures. It was not always like this. The riches of Babylon are the result of the wisdom of its inhabitants, who first had to learn the way to become rich. When the good king Sargon returned to Babylon after defeating the Elamites, his enemies, he found himself faced with a serious situation. The royal chancellor explained the reasons for this. After several years of great prosperity that our people owe to His Majesty, who has built large irrigation canals and great temples for the gods, now that the works have run out, the town seems unable to meet its needs. The workers have no work, the merchants have few customers, the farmers cannot sell their products, the town does not have enough gold to buy food. But where did all the money we spent on those improvements go? Asked the king. I am very afraid that it has ended up in the hands of a few very rich men in our city, answered the chancellor. It has passed through their fingers of most of our people as quickly as goat's milk passes through a sieve. Now that the fountain of gold has stopped supplying, most of our citizens once again own nothing. Pause equals 500, why were so few men able to get all the gold? The king asked after thinking for a few moments. Because they know how to do it, the chancellor replied. You cannot condemn a man because he achieves success, nor can one, in good justice, take the money he has honestly earned to give to those who have not been able to do the same. But why can't all men learn to make a fortune? and thus become rich? Your question contains its own answer, Your Majesty, who has the greatest fortune in the city of Babylon? It is true, my good chancellor, it is Arkad. He is the richest man in Babylon, bring him to me tomorrow. The next day, as the king had ordered, he appeared before him Arkad, standing straight and with an alert mind despite his advanced age. Did you own anything when you started? Only a great desire for wealth. Apart from that, nothing. Arkad, the king continued. Our city is in a very delicate situation because there are few men who know the way to acquire wealth. These Babylonians monopolize money while the mass of citizens do not know how to act to keep a part of the gold they receive in payment. I want Babylon to be the richest city in the world, and that means there must be many rich men. We have to teach the entire population how they can get riches. Tell me, Arkad, is there a secret to doing it? Can it be transmitted? It is a practical question, Your Majesty. Everything a man knows can be taught. Arkad, the king's eyes shone. You have said just the words I wanted here. Would you volunteer for that great cause? Would you teach your science to a group of teachers? Each of them could teach others until there were a sufficient number of educators to instruct all the capable subjects of my kingdom. I am your humble servant, Arkad said with a bow. Pause equals 500. I will gladly share all the knowledge I can possess for the well-being of my fellow citizens and the glory of my king. Have your good chancellor organize for me a class of 100 men and I will teach them the 7 ways that have allowed my fortune to flourish when there was no purse in Babylon emptier than mine. 2 weeks later, the 100 chosen people were in the great hall of the king's temple of knowledge. They were sitting on colored carpets and formed a semicircle. Arkad sat next to a small stool on which a sacred lamp was smoking that gave off a strange and pleasant smell. Look at the older man. As a loyal subject of our king, Arkad began, I stand before you to serve him. Pause equals 500. He has asked me to transmit my knowledge to you, since I was, at one time, a poor young man who ardently desired to possess riches, and I found a way to obtain them. I began the way most humble. I had no more money than you to fully enjoy life, nor more than the majority of the citizens of Babylon. The first place where I kept my treasures was a worn-out bag. I hated seeing it like this, empty and useless. I wished it were swollen and full, that the gold sounded in it. That's why I struggled to find ways to fill a bag, and I found 7. I will explain, to you who have gathered before me, these 7 ways that I recommend to all men who want to get money in spades. Every day I will explain one of the 7, and we will do so for 7 days. Listen carefully to the science that I am going to communicate to you, debate the issues with me, discuss them among yourselves. Learn these lessons thoroughly so that they will be the seed of wealth that will make your fortune flourish. Each one must begin to wisely build his fortune. When you are competent, and only then, will you teach these truths to others. I will show you simple ways to fill your purse. This is the first step that will take you to the temple of wealth. No man can reach it if he does not first firmly place his feet on the first step. Today we will dedicate ourselves to reflecting on the first way. The first way, start filling your bag. Arkad addressed a man who was listening attentively from the second row. My good friend, what do you do? I am a scribe, the man answered. I engrave documents on clay tablets. I earned the first coins doing the same work. So you have the same opportunities to need a fortune that I had. Then he spoke to a dark-faced man who was further back. Please tell me what work you do to earn your bread. I am a butcher, answered the man. I buy goats from farmers and slaughter them. I sell the meat to women and the skin to sandal makers. Since you have a job and a salary, you have the same weapons that I had to succeed. Arkad asked everyone how they made a living, proceeding in the same way. You see, dear students, he said when he had finished asking questions, that there are several jobs and trades that allow a man to earn money. Each one of them is a vein of gold from which the worker can obtain a part for your own purse thanks to your effort. We can say that fortune is a river of silver coins, large or small according to your ability. Isn't that right? They all agreed. So, Arkad continued, if one of you wants to accumulate a treasure of your own, wouldn't it be wise to start by using this source of wealth that we already know about? Everyone also agreed. At that moment Arkad turned to a humble man who had declared himself an egg seller. What will happen if you take one of your baskets and all the in the mornings you place 10 eggs in it and at night you remove 9? That in the end they will overflow. Why? Because every day I put one more in than I take out. Arkad turned to the whole class smiling. Is there anyone here who has an empty bag? He asked. The men looked at each other amused, laughed and finally shook their bags jokingly. Good, Arkad continued. Now you will know the first method to fill your pockets. Do just what I suggested to the egg seller. Of every 10 coins you earn and keep in your bag, withdraw only 9 to spend, equals 500, your bag will begin to bulge quickly, the weight of the coins will increase and you will feel a pleasant sensation when you weigh it. This will give you personal satisfaction. Don't make fun of what I tell you because it seems simple to you. The truth is always simple. I have already told you that I would tell you how I amassed my fortune. Like this were my beginnings, I too have had an empty bag and I have cursed it because it did not contain anything with which I could satisfy my desires. But when I began to take out only 9 out of every 10 coins I put in, it began to bulge. The same thing will happen to yours. I will tell you a strange truth whose principle I do not know. When I began to spend only 9/10 of what I earned, I managed just as well as when I spent everything. I had no less money than before. Furthermore, over time, I got money more easily. It is surely a law of the gods, which means that, for those who do not spend everything, those who earn and keep a portion of it are easier to get money, in the same way that gold does not end up in the hands of those who have empty pockets. What do you want most strongly? Satisfy everyday desires, jewelry, furniture, better clothes, more food, things that disappear and we easily forget? Or substantial assets like gold, land, herds, merchandise, profits from investments? The coins that you take from your bags will give you the first things, those that you do not withdraw, the second goods that I have enumerated to you. This is, dear students, the first means that I have discovered to fill an empty purse. Of every 10 coins you earn, spend only 9, equals 500, discuss it among yourselves. If anyone can prove that it is not true, let him say so tomorrow when we meet again. The second way, control your expenses. Some of you have asked me the following: how can a man save 1/10 of what he earns when even 10/10 are not enough to cover his most pressing needs? Arkad addressed the students on the second day. How many of you had a rather meager fortune yesterday? Everyone, answered the class. And yet you don't all earn the same. Some earn much more than others. Some have larger families to feed. And on the other hand, all the bags were equally empty. I will tell you a truth that concerns men and their children: the expenses that we call obligatory always grow in proportion to our income if we do not do something to avoid it. Do not confuse your obligatory expenses with your wants. All of you and your families have more wants than you can satisfy, equals 500, you use your money to satisfy, within limits, these desires, but you still have many unfulfilled. All men struggle against more desires than they can fulfill, equals 500, do you think that, thanks to my wealth, I can satisfy them all? It is a false idea. My time is limited, my strength is limited, the distances I can travel are limited, what I can eat, the pleasures I can feel are limited. I tell you this so that you understand that desires germinate freely in the spirit of man whenever there is a possibility of satisfying them, in the same way that weeds grow in the field when the farmer leaves space for them. Study your life habits carefully. You will discover that most of the needs that you consider basic can be reduced or eliminated. Let it be your motto to appreciate 100% the value of each coin you spend. Write on a clipboard all the things that cause expenses. Choose the expenses that are obligatory and those that are within the limits of 9/10 of your income. Forget the rest and consider it without regret as part of the multitude of desires that must remain unsatisfied. Establish a list of obligatory expenses. Do not touch the 10th part destined to swell your purse. May it be your great desire and may it be fulfilled little by little. Continue working according to the budget, continue adjusting it according to your needs. May the budget be your first instrument in control of the expenses of your growing fortune. Then, one of the students dressed in a red and gold robe stood up. I am a free man, he said, equals 500, I believe I have the right to enjoy the good things in life. I rebel against the budget slavery that fixes the exact amount of what I can spend, and on what, pause equals 500, it seems to me that this will prevent me from enjoying many of the pleasures of life and will make me as small as a donkey carrying a heavy burden. Who, my friend, will decide your budget? Replied Arkad. I will do it myself, the young man protested. In the event that a donkey decided his load, do you think it would include jewels, rugs and heavy ingots of gold? I don't think so. I would put hay, grain, and a skin full of water for the journey through the desert. The objective of the budget is to help increase your fortune. It will help you to obtain the necessary goods and, to a certain extent, to satisfy part of the others. It will make you capable of fulfilling your greatest desires, defending them from futile whims. Like the bright light in a dark cave, the budget shows you the holes in your purse and allows you to plug them and control expenses based on defined and more satisfactory goals. This is the second way to get money. Budget expenses so that you always have money to pay for the inevitable, your distractions, and to satisfy acceptable desires without spending more than 9/10 of your income. The third way, make your gold bear fruit. Suppose that you have accumulated a great fortune. That you have disciplined yourself to reserve 1/10 of your earnings and that you have controlled your expenses to protect your growing treasure. Now we will see how to make your treasure increase. Gold kept inside a bag delights its possessor and satisfies the soul of the miser, but it produces nothing. The part of our profits that you keep is only the beginning, and what it produces for us afterwards, it is what will amass our fortunes. Thus spoke Arkad to his class on the third day. How can we make our gold work? The first time I invested money, I was unlucky because I lost everything. I'll tell you later. The first profitable investment I made was a loan I made to a man named Hagar, a shield maker. Once a year I bought heavy shipments of bronze imported from distant seas and then used them to make weapons. As he did not have enough capital to pay the merchants, he asked for it from those who had money left over. He was an honest man. He repaid the loans with interest when he sold the shields, pause equals 500, every time I lent him money, I also lent him the interest he had paid me. So, not only the principal increased but also the interest. It was very satisfying to see how these amounts returned to my bag. Dear students, I tell you that a man's wealth is not in the coins he carries in his bag but in the fortune he amasses, the stream that flows continuously and feeds it. It is what every man wants. What any of you want, a source of income that continues producing, whether you are working or traveling, pause equals 500, I have acquired a great fortune, so great that it is said that I am very rich. The loans I made to Hagar were my first experience in the art of investing beneficially, pause equals 500, after this good experience, I increased my loans and investments as my capital increased. There were more and more sources that fed the spring of gold that flowed into my purse and that I could use wisely as I wanted. And lo, my humble earnings had bred a lot of slaves who worked and earned more gold. They worked for me just like their children and their children's children. Until, thanks to their enormous efforts, I accumulated a considerable fortune. Gold is amassed quickly when it produces a significant income, as you will see in the following story. A farmer took 10 gold coins to a moneylender when his first son was born and he asked him to lend them until the son was 20 years old. The lender did as he was asked and allowed interest equal to 1/4 of the amount every 4 years, pause equals 500. The farmer asked him to add the interest to the principal because he had reserved the money entirely for his son. When the boy turned 20, the farmer went to the moneylender's house to ask about the money. The lender explained that the 10 gold coins were now worth 31 coins because thanks to the interest earned on the previous interest, the starting amount had increased, pause equals 500. The farmer was very happy, and since his son did not need the money, he left it to the moneylender. When the son was 50 years old and the father had already died, the moneylender returned 100 to the son's 67 coins. That is to say, in 50 years, the money had multiplied approximately 17. This is the third way to fill the bag: produce each coin so that it resembles the image of the flocks in the field and so that it helps make these incomes the source of wealth that constantly feeds your fortune. The fourth way, protect your treasures from any loss. Bad luck is a bright circle. The gold contained in a bag must be kept airtight. If not, it disappears. It is good to keep it in a safe place, small sums, and learn to protect them before the gods entrust us with the larger ones. Thus spoke Arcad to his class on the fourth day. He who possesses gold will be tempted on many occasions to invest in any attractive project. Sometimes impatient friends or family members will be eager to make a lot of money and participate in investments and urge us to do so. The first principle of investment consists of securing your capital. Is it reasonable to be blinded by large profits if you run the risk of losing capital? I would say no. The punishment for running this risk is a possible loss. Study the situation carefully before parting with your treasure, make sure that you can claim it safely. Don't get carried away by romantic desires to make a fortune quickly. Before lending your gold to anyone, make sure that the debtor he will be able to return the money and that he has a good reputation. Do not unknowingly give him a gift, the treasure that has cost you so much to gather. Before investing your money on any terrain, be aware of the dangers that may arise. My first investment, at that time, was a tragedy for me. I entrusted my savings of a year to a manufacturer of bricks named Asmer, who traveled through the distant seas and through Tyre, and who agreed to buy me some strange Phoenician jewels. We only had to sell those jewels upon his return and share the profits to make our fortune. The Phoenicians were scoundrels and sold pieces of colored glass. I lost my treasure. Today, experience would prevent me from trusting the purchase of jewelry to a brick maker. So I advise you, with knowledge and experience, not to trust too much in your intelligence and not to expose your treasures to possible investment traps. It is better to listen to experts the things you want to do to make your money produce. These tips are free and can quickly acquire the same value in gold as the amount you wanted to invest. In reality, this is the real value if it saves you from losses. This is the fourth way to increase your purse and is of great importance if it prevents it from being emptied once full. Protect your treasure against loss and invest only where your capital is safe or where you can claim it whenever you wish and never fail to receive the interest that suits you. Consult wise men, pause equals 500. Ask for advice from those who have experience in running profitable businesses. Let their wisdom protect your treasure from dubious investments. The fifth way, make your property a profitable investment. If a man reserves 1/9 of the profits that enable him to live and enjoy life, and if one of these 9 parts can be made into a profitable investment without harming him, then his treasures will grow faster. Thus spoke Arcad to his class in the 5th lesson. Too many Babylonians raise their families in neighborhoods with a bad reputation. The landlords are very demanding and charge very high rents for rooms. Women have no space to grow flowers that gladden his heart, and the only place where the children can play is in the dirty paths. A man's family cannot fully enjoy life unless he owns land, so that the children can play in the field or that the woman can grow, in addition to flowers, tasty herbs to perfume her family's food. The man's heart is filled with joy if he can eat figs from his trees and bunches of grapes of his vineyards. If you own a house in a neighborhood that you are proud of, it gives you confidence and encourages you to finish all your tasks. I also recommend that all men have a roof to protect him and his people. Any well-intentioned man can own a house. Has not our king widened the walls of Babylon so that we could buy for a reasonable amount a lot of useless land? Dear students, I tell you that moneylenders have a very good opinion of men who are looking for a house and land for their family. You can borrow money without delay if it is for the laudable purpose of paying the brickmaker or the carpenter, to the extent that you have a good part of the necessary amount. Later, when you have built the house, you can pay the lender regularly just as you do with the owner. In a few years you will have repaid the loan because each payment you make will reduce the lender's debt. And you will be glad. You will have full ownership and the only payment you will make will be the royal taxes. And your good wife will go to the river more frequently to wash your clothes, and each time she will bring you a goat skin full of water to water the plants. And the man who owns your own house, you will be blessed. The cost of your living will be greatly reduced and you will be able to allocate a large part of your earnings to pleasures and satisfying your desires. This is the 5th way to fill your pocket, own your own house. The 6th way, securing income for the future. Every man's life goes from childhood to old age. This is the path of life and no man can deviate unless the gods call him prematurely to the beyond. For this reason I declare, man is the one who must provide an adequate income for his old age and who must prepare his family for the time when he is no longer with them to comfort them and satisfy their needs. Needs. This lesson will teach you to fill the bag at times when it is no longer so easy for you to learn. This is how Arcot addressed his class on the sixth day, pause equals 500. The man who understands the laws of wealth and thus obtains an ever-increasing surplus, should think about his near future. He should plan some income or save money that will last him many years and from which available when the time is right. There are different ways for a man to provide for his future. He can search for a hiding place and bury a secret treasure. But even if he hides it very skillfully, this money can become the loot of onlookers. For this reason, I do not recommend it. A man can buy houses and land for this purpose. If you choose them judiciously based on their usefulness and future value, they will have an increasing value and their profits and their sale will reward you according to the objectives you have set. Pause equals 500. A man can lend a small sum of money to the moneylender and increase it at regular intervals. The interest which the moneylender adds will go a long way towards increasing the capital. I know to a sandal maker named Ozan who explained to me, not long ago, that every week for 8 years he brought 2 coins to the moneylender. The moneylender has just given him a statement of accounts that he has very happy. The total of his deposit together with interest at the current rate of 1/4 of its value every 4 years, has earned him 40 coins. I have encouraged him to continue, showing him, thanks to my mathematical knowledge, that within 12 years by only depositing 2 coins a week, he will obtain 4,000 coins with which he will be able to survive the rest of his days. Surely if a regular contribution produces results so profitable, no man can afford not to secure a treasure for his old age and the protection of his family, no matter how prosperous his current businesses and investments are. I would even say more. I believe that one day there will be men who will invent a plan to protect themselves against death. The men will only pay a minimum amount regularly and the total amount will constitute a large sum that the family of the deceased will receive. I believe this is highly advisable and I strongly recommend it. It is currently not possible because it has to continue beyond the life of a man or an association to function properly. It has to be as stable as the royal throne. I believe that one day there will be a plan like this and it will be a great blessing to many men because even the first small payment will make available a reasonable amount for the family of the deceased member. Since we live in the present and not in the days to come, we have to take advantage of the current means and methods to carry out our purposes. Therefore, I recommend to all men that they accumulate assets for when they are old in a sensible and thoughtful way. For the misfortune of a man unable to work to earn a living or of a family without a head of the family is a painful tragedy. This is the 6th way to fill your purse, plan your income for the coming days and thus ensure the protection of your family. The 7th way, increase your ability to acquire goods. Dear students, today I am going to talk to you about one of the most important ways to amass a fortune. But I will not talk to you about gold but about you, the men of showy clothes you are, sitting in front of me. I am going to talk to you about the things of the mind and the lives of men who work for or against their success. Thus spoke Arcot to his class the 7th day. Not long ago, a young man who was looking for someone to lend him money came to me. When I asked him about his needs, he complained that his income was insufficient to cover his expenses. I explained to him that in that case he was a bad customer for the lender because he would not be able to repay the loan. What you need, boy, I told him, is to earn more money. What could you do to increase your income? As much as I can, he replied. I have tried to talk to my boss 6 times in 2 moons to ask for a raise but I haven't been able to. I can't do more. His simplicity he makes you laugh, but he had a great will to increase his earnings. He had a just and great desire to earn more money. The desire must precede the realization. Vague desires are nothing but weak desires. The sole desire to be rich has no value. A man who desires 5 gold coins is driven by a tangible desire that must be fulfilled urgently. Once he has increased his desire to keep 5 gold coins in a safe place, he will find the way to obtain 10 coins, then 20 and later 1,000, and suddenly you will become rich. If you learn to set a small, well-defined desire, it will lead you to set a larger one. This is how fortunes are built. You start with small amounts and then move on to larger amounts. In this way man learns and becomes more skillful. Pause equals 500. Desires have to be small and well defined. If they are too numerous, too confusing, or beyond the capabilities of the man who wants to carry them out, they will prevent his goal from being achieved. Fulfill. As a man perfects his craft, his remuneration increases. In other times, when he was a poor scribe who engraved in clay for a few coins a day, I noticed that other workers wrote more than me and were paid more. So, I decided that no one was going to surpass me. It didn't take me long to discover the reason for their great success. I put more interest in my work, I concentrated more, I was more perseverant, and soon few men could engrave more tablets than me in a day. Shortly after, I had my reward. It was not necessary to go to my boss 6 times to ask for a raise. The more knowledge we acquire, the more money we will earn. The man who hopes to learn his trade better will be rewarded with you grow. If you are a craftsman, you can try to learn the methods and learn about the most perfected tools. If you work in law or medicine, you can consult and exchange opinions with your colleagues. Pause equals 500. If you are a merchant, you can always look for better quality goods that you will sell at a low price. A man's business changes and prospers because discerning men try to improve themselves to be more useful to their people. So I urge all men to progress and not sit idle, unless you want to be left aside. There are many obligations that fill life of a man of gratifying experiences. The self-respecting man should do these things and the following. He should pay his debts as quickly as possible and should not buy things that you cannot pay. You must meet the needs of your family so that yours appreciate you. He must make a will so that, if the gods call him, his assets will be distributed fairly and equitably. He must be compassionate towards the sick or unfortunate and must help them. He must be far-sighted and charitable towards those he loves. So the 7th and last way to make a fortune is to cultivate intellectual faculties, study and educate oneself, act with respect for oneself. In this way you will acquire enough confidence in yourself to realize the desires that you have thought about and that you have chosen. These are the 7 ways to make fortune, extracted from a long and prosperous experience of life. I recommend them to those who want to be rich. Dear students, there is more gold in the city of Babylon than you dream of possessing. There is gold in abundance for everyone. Go ahead and put these truths into practice, prosper and become rich, as is your right. Go forward and teach these truths to all the honest subjects of His Majesty who wish to share the great riches of our well-beloved city. 4. The Goddess of Fortune. If a man is lucky, it is impossible to predict the size of his wealth. If he is thrown into the Euphrates, he will emerge with a pearl in his hand. Everyone wants to be lucky, and that desire existed in the hearts of people 4,000 years ago as much as it does today. We all wait for the grace of the capricious goddess of fortune. Pause equals 500. Is there a way I can get not only your attention, but also your generosity? Is there a way to attract luck? This is precisely what the inhabitants of ancient Babylon wanted to know and what they decided to discover. They were clairvoyants and great thinkers. This explains why their city became the richest and powerful of its time. In those distant times there were no schools. However, there was a very practical learning center. Between the buildings surrounded by towers of Babylon, this center was as important as the palace, the hanging gardens and the temples of the gods. You will notice that in the history books this place appears very little, probably not at all, despite the fact that it exerted a great influence in the thinking of that time. This building was the Temple of Knowledge. In it, volunteer teachers explained the wisdom of the past and matters of popular interest were discussed in an open assembly. Inside, all men were equal. The most insignificant slave could refute the opinions of the prince of the royal palace with impunity. One of the men, the one who frequented the Temple of Knowledge, was Arcad, a wise and opulent man who was said to be the richest in Babylon. There was a special room in which a large number gathered almost every afternoon. Of men, some old and some young, but most of mature age, and they discussed interesting topics. We could listen to what they said to see if they knew how to attract luck. The sun had just set, like a great ball of fire shining through the haze of the dusty desert, when Arcad walked towards his usual dais. Pause equals 500. About 40 men were waiting for his arrival, lying on small rugs placed on the floor. Eyes arrived at that moment. What are we going to talk about this afternoon? Arkad asked. After a brief hesitation, a tall man, a weaver, stood up, as was customary, and addressed him. I would like to hear some opinions about an affair, however, I do not know whether to formulate it because I fear that it may seem ridiculous to you, and to you too, my dear friends, urged by Arkad and the others, he continued. Today I have been lucky, since I have found a bag containing some gold coins. I would very much like to continue having luck, and as I believe that all men share this desire with me, I suggest that we talk now about how to attract luck so that, in this way, we can discover the ways we can use to seduce her. A really interesting topic, commented Arkad. A very valid topic, equals 500, for some, luck only comes by chance, like an accident, and can fall on someone by chance. Others believe that the creator of good luck is the benevolent goddess Ishtar, always willing to reward his chosen ones through generous gifts. What do you say, friends? Should we try to discover the means to attract luck and make ourselves the lucky ones? Yes, yes. And as many times as necessary, said the impatient listeners, who were becoming more and more numerous. To begin with, Arkad continued, let us listen to everyone here who has had experiences similar to that of the weaver, who have found or received, without effort on their part, valuable treasures or jewels. During a moment of silence, everyone looked at each other, waiting for someone to respond, but no one did. Equals 500, what? Nobody? Said Arkad. Then it must be really rare to have that luck. Who would like to make a suggestion on how to continue our investigation? I answered, a young, well-dressed man as he stood up. When a man talks about loose, isn't it normal for him to think about gambling halls? Isn't it precisely in those places that we find men who seek the favors of the goddess and wait for her to bless them in order to receive large sums of money? Don't stop, someone shouted when they saw the young man sit down again. Continue with your story. Tell us if the goddess has helped you in the gambling halls. Equals 500, have you made the red side appear on the dice to fill your bag, or have you allowed the blue side to appear so that the dealer can collect your hard-earned coins? I don't mind admitting that she didn't seem to realize that I was there, the young man answered, joining the laughter of the others. And you? Did you find her waiting to make the dice roll in your favor? We are eager to listen and learn. A good start, Arkad interrupted. We are here to examine every aspect of each issue. Ignore gambling halls would be like forgetting an instinct common to almost all men, the temptation to risk a small amount of money in the hope of getting a lot. That reminds me of the horse races yesterday, one of them shouted. The attendees. If the goddess frequents the gambling halls, she will surely not leave aside the races, with those golden chariots and foaming horses. It is a great spectacle. Equals 500, tell us honestly, Arkad, did not the goddess whisper to you yesterday to bet on the grey horses of Nineveh? I was right behind you, and I couldn't believe my ears when I heard you betting on the greys. You know as well as we do that there is no trunk in all of Assyria capable of reaching the goal that we have before our beloved Mares in an honest race. Did the goddess whisper in your ear to bet on the grey ones because at the last turn the black horse on the inside would stumble and thus disturb our Mares, and would it cause the greys to win the race and achieve a victory they had not deserved? Arkad smiled indulgently. Why did we think the goddess of fortune would be interested in anyone's bet on a horse race? I see her as a goddess of love and dignity who likes to help those in need and reward those who deserve it. I don't look for her in gambling halls or in races where she loses more gold than is earned, but in other places where the actions of men are more courageous and deserve to receive a reward. The cultivator, the honest merchant, men of any occupation are presented with opportunities to profit from the effort and transactions made. Perhaps man does not always receive a reward, because his judgment is not the most appropriate or because time and wind sometimes make efforts fail. Equals 500, but if he is persistent, he can usually expect to make a profit, since he will have a greater chance of the profit going his way. But if a man risks in the game, Arkad continued, it happens exactly the other way around, because the chances of winning always favor the owner of the place. The game is made so that the owner who operates the business makes a profit. It is his trade and expects to make large profits from the coins that the players roast. Few players are aware that their chances are uncertain, while the owner's profits are guaranteed. Let us examine, for example, the bets on the dice. When they are thrown, we always bet on the game that will be in sight. If it is the red one, the head of the table pays us 4 times what that we have bet, but if one of the other 5 faces appears, we lose our bet. Therefore, the calculations show that for each dice thrown, we have 5 chances of losing, but, since red pays 4 for 1, we have 4 chances of winning. In one night, the table boss can expect to save 1 coin for every 5 bet. Can you expect to win any other way? That is not occasional when the possibilities are organized so that the player loses 1/5 of what he plays. But sometimes there are men who earn large sums, said one of the assistants spontaneously. That's true, that happens, Arkad continued. I realize that. And I wonder if the money earned in this way brings permanent benefits to those on whom fortune smiles in this way. I know many men of Babylon who have succeeded in business, but I am unable to name only one who has succeeded by resorting to that source. You who are gathered here this afternoon know many rich citizens. It would be interesting to know how many have achieved their fortune in the game rooms. What do you think if everyone says what they know? There was a long silence. Are the owners of the gambling houses included? Guessed one of those present. If you can't think of anyone else, Arkad responded, if you can't think of a name, why don't you talk about yourselves? Is there anyone among you who wins regularly at bets and hesitates to recommend this source of profit? Among the laughter, we heard some grumbling in the back. It seems that we do not look for luck in these places when the goddess frequents them, he continued. Then let's explore other places. Nor have we found lost bags of coins, nor have we seen the goddess in the gambling halls. As for careers, I must confess that I have lost much more money than I have won. Now, let's take a detailed look at our professions and our businesses. Isn't it normal that when we make a good deal, we don't consider it as something fortuitous, but as the just reward for our efforts? Sometimes I think we ignore the goddess's gifts. Maybe it helps us when we don't appreciate her generosity. Who can talk about it? Saying this, an elderly merchant stood up, straightening his white clothes. With your permission, Honorable Arkad and my dear friends, I want to make a suggestion to you. Yes, as you have having said that, we attribute our professional successes to our ability, to our own application, why not consider the successes that we have almost had, but that have eluded us, as events that would have been very profitable? They would have been rare examples of fortune if they had been realized. We cannot consider them as just rewards, because they have not been fulfilled. There are probably men here who can tell of such experiences. This is a wise reflection, Arkad commented. Who among you has had fortune within reach and seen it disappear immediately? Several hands were raised, among them, that of the merchant. Arkad gestured for him to speak. Since it was you who suggested this discussion, we would like to hear from you first. Place. I will gladly tell you an event that I have experienced and that will serve as an illustration to demonstrate to what extent luck can get close to a man and how he can let it escape from his hands despite yours. Several years ago, when I was young, newly married and beginning to earn a good living, my father came to see me and told me that I urgently needed to make an investment. The son of one of his good friends had discovered an area of barren land not far from the walls of our city. It was located on the canal where the water did not reach. My father's friend's son devised a plan to buy this land and build 3 large wheels on it that, powered by oxen, would bring water and give life to the infertile soil. Once this was done, he planned to divide the land and sell the parts to citizens to make gardens. My father's friend's son did not have enough gold to carry out such an enterprise. He was a young man who earned a good salary, like me. His father, like mine, was a man who ran a large family with few means. Therefore, he decided that a group of men will be interested in your company. The group had to be made up of 12 people with good profits and who decided to invest 1/10 of their profits in the business until the land was ready for sale. Then, everyone would equally share the benefits according to the investment they had made. My son, my father told me, you are now a young man. I deeply wish that you begin to make purchases that allow you a certain well-being and the respect of others. I wish that you can take advantage of my past mistakes. That's what I would like to very much, Father, I replied. Then I advise you the following: do what I would have had to do at your age. Save 1/10 of your profits for investments. With 1/10 of your profits and what they will provide you, you will be able, before you are my age, to accumulate a large sum. Father, you speak wisely. Pause equals 500. I fervently desire to possess wealth, but I spend my earnings on many things and I don't know whether to do what you advise. I am young. I have a lot of time left. Pause equals 500. I thought the same way at your age, but now several years have passed and I still haven't started accumulating assets. We live in a different time, Father. Equals 500. I will not make the same mistakes as you. You are presented with a unique opportunity, my son. It is an opportunity that can make you rich. I beg you, don't delay. Go see my friend's son tomorrow and close the deal with him to invest 10% of what you earn in that business. Go without delay before you miss this opportunity that is within your reach today and will soon disappear. Don't wait. Despite my father's opinion, I hesitated. Pause equals 500. The merchants from the east had just brought clothes of such richness and beauty that my wife and I had already decided that we would buy at least one piece each. If I had agreed to invest the 10th part of my profits in that company, we would have had to deprive ourselves of those clothes and other pleasures that we desired. I did not want to speak out until it was too late. It was a bad idea. The venture turned out to be more fruitful than could have been predicted. This is my story and shows how I let fortune slip away from me. Pause equals 500. In this story we see that luck waits and comes to the man who takes advantage of the opportunity, commented a dark-skinned man from the desert. There always has to be a first moment in which goods are acquired. It can be a few gold or silver coins that a man gets from his earnings from his first investment. I myself own several flocks. I began acquiring animals when I was a child, exchanging a young calf for a silver coin. This gesture, which symbolized the beginning of my wealth, became very important to me. All the luck that a man needs must come together in the first acquisition of goods. For all men, this first step is the most important, because it makes the individuals who earn their money from their own labor become men who reap dividends from their gold. Fortunately, some men seize the opportunity when they are young and are thus more financially successful than those who seize the opportunity later, or that unfortunate men, like this merchant's father, never achieve it. If our merchant friend had taken this first step as a young man, when the opportunity presented itself, he would now possess great wealth. If the luck of our weaver friend had determined him to take that step at that time, that would probably have been the first step of greater luck. Me too, I would like to speak, said a foreigner, getting up. I am Syrian. I don't speak your language very well. I would like to qualify this friend in some way, the merchant. Perhaps you will think that I am not polite, since I want to call him that way. But, unfortunately, I do not know how to say it in your language, and if I say it in Syrian, you will not understand me. So, please tell me, how do you rate a man who is slow to do the things that suit him? Timer, shouted one of the attendees. That's it, stated the Syrian, while waving his hands visibly excited. He doesn't accept the opportunity when it presents itself. Pause equals 500. Wait. He says he's very busy. Until next time, I'll see you again. The opportunity does not await such slow people, since they think that if a man wishes to be lucky, he will react quickly. Men do not react quickly when the occasion arises. They are great temporizers, like our merchant friend. The merchant stood up and greeted naturally in response to the laughter. I admire you, foreigner. You enter our center and do not hesitate to tell the truth. And now let's listen to another story. Who has another experience to tell? Arkad asked. I have one, answered a middle-aged man, dressed in a red tunic. I am a buyer of animals, especially camels and horses. Pause equals 500. Sometimes, I also buy sheep and goats. The story I am going to tell you shows how fortune came at a time when I least expected it. Perhaps it is because that's why I let her escape. You can draw your own conclusions when I tell you. Returning to the city one afternoon, after an exhausting 10-day trip in search of camels, I was very upset to find the city gates closed to the public. While my slaves were setting up our tent to spend the night that we expected to be short on food and water, an old farmer who, like us, was held outside approached. "Honorable sir," he said as he addressed me, "you look like a cattle buyer. If so, I would like to sell you the excellent flock of sheep that we bring. Unfortunately, my wife is very sick, she has a fever and I have to quickly return home. If you buy the sheep from me, my slaves and I will be able to make the trip back on the camels without wasting any more time." It was so dark that I couldn't see his herd, but from the bleating I knew it was big. I was happy to do business with him, since I had wasted 10 days looking for camels that I had not been able to find. He asked me for a very reasonable price because he was anxious. I accepted, knowing that my slaves could get through the gates from the city with the flock in the morning, sell it, and make a good profit. Once the deal was closed, I called my slaves and ordered them to bring torches so that I could see the flock that, according to the farmer, it was made up of 900 sheep. I don't want to bore you by describing the difficulties we had in trying to count such thirsty, tired and agitated sheep. The task seemed impossible. So, I informed the farmer that I would count them in daylight and pay him then. "Please, honorable sir," begged the farmer. "Just pay me 2/3 of the price tonight, so that I can get going. I will leave my most intelligent and learned slave to help you count the sheep in the morning. He is trustworthy, he can pay you the balance." But I was stubborn and refused to make the payment that night. The next morning, before I woke up, the city gates opened and 4 flock buyers set out in search of sheep. They were impatient and willingly agreed to pay the high price because the city was under siege and food was scarce. = 500. The old farmer received almost triple the price he had offered me for his cattle. It was a rare opportunity that I let slip away. "This is an extraordinary story," Arkad commented. "What does it suggest to you?" "That we have to pay immediately when we are convinced that our business is good," suggested a venerable saddle maker. "If the business is good, you have to protect yourself as much from your own weakness as from any man. We, mortals, are changeable. And, unfortunately, we tend to change our minds more easily when we are right than when we are wrong, which is undoubtedly when we are most stubborn we show ourselves. When we are right, we tend to hesitate and let the opportunity slip by. My first idea is always the best. However, I always find it difficult to force myself to do a deal quickly once I have decided. So, to protect myself from my own weakness, I give a deposit instantly. This prevents me from that later I will regret having missed good opportunities. Thank you. I would like to talk again." The Syrian was standing again. "Every time luck goes for the same reason. Every time, bring the timer a good plan. On every occasion, they hesitate and do not say, 'This is a good opportunity, we must react quickly.' How can they be successful in this way?" "Your words are wise, my friend," replied the buyer. "Luck has gone away from the timer on both occasions. But that is nothing extraordinary. All men have the habit of procrastinating. We desire wealth, but how many times, when the opportunity arises, does this habit of temporizing encourage us to delay our decision? By giving in to that mania, we become our own worst enemy. When I was younger, I didn't know that word that our friend from Syria likes so much. At first, I thought that advantageous deals were lost due to lack of judgment. Later, I believed it was a matter of stubbornness. Finally, I have recognized what it is, a habit of unnecessarily delaying the quick decision, a necessary and decisive action. I really detested this custom when I discovered its true character. With the bitterness of a wild donkey tied to a cart, I have cut the bonds of this custom and I have worked to be successful. Thank you. I would like to ask a question to the merchant. I erect the Syrian. His clothing is not the of a poor man. He speaks like a man who is successful. Tell us, do you succumb to the mania of temporizing? Like our buyer friend, I have also recognized and conquered the habit of temporizing, the merchant responded. For me, it has turned out to be a fearsome enemy, lying in wait and waiting for the right moment to contradict my achievements. The story I have told is just one of the many examples I could tell to show you how I have wasted good opportunities. The enemy can be easily controlled once he is recognized. No man willingly allows a thief to steal his stores of grain. Just as no man willingly allows an enemy to steal his customers to his own benefit. When one day I realized that temporizing was my worst enemy, I defeated it with determination. Thus, all men must master their tendency to temporize before to think about sharing the rich treasures of Babylon. What do you think, Arkad? You are the richest man in Babylon, and many maintain that you are also the luckiest. Do you agree with me that no man can achieve complete success until he has completely eliminated his mania for temporizing? That is true, Arkad admitted. During my long life, I have known men who have traveled the long avenues of science and knowledge that bring success in life. Good opportunities have presented themselves to all. Some took advantage of them immediately and were thus able to satisfy their deepest desires, but many doubted and backed away. Arkad turned to the weaver. Since it was you who suggested a debate about luck, tell us what you think about it. I see luck under a new prism. I believe that it was something desirable that could reach any man without him making any effort. Now, I am aware that it is not an event that one can cause. I have learned, thanks to our discussion, that to attract luck, it is necessary to immediately take advantage of the opportunities that arise. Therefore, in the future, I will endeavor to make the most of the opportunities that present themselves to me. You have understood very well the truths that we have reached with our discussion, Arkad responded. The luck often takes the form of an opportunity, but it rarely comes to us in any other way. Our merchant friend would have been very lucky if he had accepted the opportunity that the goddess offered him. We have continued with this discussion to discover the necessary means for luck to smile on us. I think we are on the right track. In both stories we have seen how luck takes the form of an opportunity. From all this we can see the truth that no matter how many similar stories we told, it would not change. Luck can smile on you if you take advantage of the opportunities that arise. Those who are impatient to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented to them to get the most out of them possible, they attract the attention of the good goddess. She is always quick to help those she likes. She especially likes men of action. The 5 laws of gold. If you could choose between a sack full of gold and a clay tablet on which some words full of wisdom were engraved, what would you choose? Beside the flickering flames of a bonfire fed with desert bushes, the dark faces of the listeners shone, animated by interest. Gold, gold, the 27 present responded in chorus. Pause equals 500. Old Calabab, who had anticipated this response, smiled. Ah! He continued, raising his hand. Listen to the wild dogs in the distance, in the night. They howl and moan because hunger eats away at their insides. But give them food and watch what they do. They fight and strut. And then they continue to fight and strut, without worrying about tomorrow. Exactly like the sons of men. Give them a choice between gold and wisdom, what do? They ignore wisdom and waste gold. The next day, they groan because they no longer have gold. Gold is reserved for those who know its laws and obey them. Pause equals 500. Calabab covered his thin legs with the white tunic, for the night was cold and the wind blew strongly. Because you have served me faithfully during our long journey, because you have taken good care of my camels, because you have worked hard without complaint through the sands of the desert, and because you have bravely stood up to the thieves who have tried to deprive me of my property, tonight I am going to tell you the story of the 5 laws of gold, a story like you have never heard before. Listen, listen. Pay close attention to my words to understand their meaning and take them into account in the future if you want to own a lot of gold. He paused impressively. The stars shone in the sky. Behind the group could be seen the discolored tents that had been tied tightly, in anticipation of possible sandstorms. To the side of the tents, the bundles of goods covered with skins were properly arranged. Stacked. Nearby, some camels were lying on the sand ruminating contentedly, while others were snoring, making a hoarse sound. You have already told us several interesting stories, Calabab, the leader of the caravan said aloud. In you we see the wisdom that will guide us when we have to stop serving you. I have told you about my adventures in distant lands and foreigners, but tonight I am going to tell you about the wisdom of Arkad, the wise man who is very rich. We have heard a lot about him, the leader of the caravan acknowledged. because he was the most richest man who ever lived in Babylon. He was the wealthiest man because he used gold wisely, more than anyone else did before. Tonight I'm going to tell you of his great wisdom, just as Nomaser, his son, told me of it many years ago in Nineveh, when I was but a youth. My master and I had stayed late into the night in Nomaser's palace. I had helped my master carry the large rolls of sumptuous carpets that we were to show to Nomaser so that he could make his choice. Finally, he was very satisfied and invited us to sit with him and drink an exotic and perfumed wine that warmed the stomach, a drink to which I was not used. Then we told the story of the great wisdom of Arkad, his father, the same one that I am going to tell you. As you know, according to the custom of Babylon, the children of the rich live with their parents waiting to receive his inheritance. Arkad did not approve of this custom. So, when Nomaser was entitled to his inheritance, he said to the young man, "My son, I wish you to inherit my property, = 500, however, you must demonstrate that you are capable of managing them wisely. Therefore, I want you to travel the world and demonstrate your ability to obtain gold and be respected by men. To get you started on the right foot, I'll give you 2 things that I didn't have when I started, being a poor young man, to 0 to my fortune. First of all, I give you this sack of gold. If you use it wisely, you will build the foundations of your future success. Secondly, I give you this clay tablet on which the 5 laws of gold are engraved. You will only be effective and safe if you put them into practice in your own actions, = 500, in 10 years, you will return to your father's house and account for your actions. If you have proven your worth, then you will inherit my property. If not, I will give them to the priests so that they may pray for my soul so that I may earn the good regard of the gods." So, Nomaser set out to live his own experiences, taking the bag of gold with him. The tablet carefully wrapped in silk, his slave and horses on which they mounted. The 10 years passed quickly. Nomaser, as they had agreed, returned to his father's house, who organized a great feast in his honor, a feast to which several friends and relatives were invited. After dinner, the father and mother settled into their seats located in the large room, similar to 2 thrones, and Nomaser stood in front of them to account for their actions as he had promised his father. It was night. Smoke floated in the room from the oil lamps that dimly illuminated the room. The slaves dressed in white jackets and tunics beat the humid air with long palm leaves. It was a solemn scene. Impatient to listen to him, the woman Nomaser and his 2 young sons, friends and other family members sat on the rugs behind him. "Father," he began with deference, "I bow to your wisdom. You gave me a lot of gold. You gave me a lot of your wisdom. Unfortunately, I must admit, much to my regret, that I very poorly managed the gold you had entrusted to me, = 500, it slipped through my fingers, certainly because of my inexperience, like a wild hare that is saved at the first opportunity offered by the young hunter who has captured it." The father smiled with indulgence. "Continue, my son, your story interests me down to the smallest detail." "I decided to go to Nineveh because it was a prosperous city, hoping to find good opportunities there. 2 men, known for owning the most beautiful white horse, as fast as the wind, were part of the caravan. During the trip, I was told that in Nineveh there was a man who owned a horse so fast that it had never been surpassed in any race. Its owner was convinced that no horse alive could run faster, = 500, he was willing to bet any amount, no matter how high, that his horse could outperform any other horse in all of Babylon. Compared to his horse, my friend said, no, it was more than a poor donkey, easy to win. They offered me, as a great favor, the opportunity to join them in the bet. I was excited by that project, so exciting. Our horse lost and I lost a lot of my money. The father laughed. I later discovered that it was a fraudulent scheme organized by those men, and that they constantly traveled in caravans in search of new victims. As you can guess, the man from Nineveh was their accomplice and shared with them the bets he won. This trap was my first lesson in mistrust. I would soon receive another one, as bitter as the first. In the caravan, there was a young man with whom I became friends, = 500, he was the son of rich parents like me and was heading to Nineveh to obtain an acceptable situation. Shortly after our arrival, he told me that a rich merchant had died and that his shop, his valuable merchandise and clientele were within our reach for a very reasonable price. Telling me that we could be equal partners, but that first he had to return to Babylon to deposit his money in a safe place, he convinced me to buy the merchandise with my gold. He delayed his trip to Babylon, and turned out to be an unwise and wasteful buyer. I finally got rid of him, but the business it had gotten worse to the point that there was almost nothing left except unsaleable goods and I had no more gold to buy others. I sold what was left to an Israelite for a ridiculous sum. I looked for work but I didn't find any, because I didn't have a trade or a profession that would have allowed me to earn money. I sold my horses. I sold my slave. I sold my spare clothes to buy something to eat and a place to sleep, but hunger was becoming more and more felt. Pause equals 500. During those days of misery, I remembered your trust in me, Father. You had sent me on an adventure to become a man, and I was determined to achieve it. Pause equals 500. The mother hid her face and cried tenderly. At that moment I remembered the tablet that you had given me and on which you had engraved the 5 laws of gold. Then I read your words of wisdom very carefully and realized that if I had sought wisdom first, I would not have lost all my gold. I memorized all the laws and decided that when the goddess of fortune gave me if I smiled again, I would allow myself to be guided by the wisdom of age and not by inexperienced youth. For the benefit of those sitting here, I am going to read the words of wisdom that my father had engraved on the clay tablet he gave me 10 years ago. The 5 Golden Laws. Gold comes easily, in ever greater quantities, to the man who reserves no less than 1/10 of his earnings to create an asset in anticipation of his future and that of his family. Pause equals 502. Gold works diligently and profitably for the wise possessor who finds a profitable use for it, multiplying even like the flocks in the fields. 3. Gold remains under the protection of the prudent possessor who invests it according to the advice of wise men. For gold escapes the man who invests endlessly in enterprises that do not are familiar to him or are not approved by those who know how to use gold. Gold flees from the man who forces it into impossible gains, who follows the seductive advice from fraudsters and swindlers or a sign of your own inexperience and romantic investment intentions. These are the 5 laws of gold as my father wrote them. I affirm that they are much more valuable than gold itself, as demonstrated by the estuary. I have told you about the enormous poverty and desperation to which my inexperience had led me. He again looked at his father. However, there is no evil that lasts 100 years. The end of my misfortunes came when I found a job, that of foreman of a group of slaves who worked on the construction of the new wall that had to surround the city. As I knew the first law of gold, I was able to take advantage of this opportunity. I reserved a piece of copper from my first earnings, adding another whenever possible until I had a silver coin. It was a slow process, since I had to satisfy my needs. One day, the chief of the slaves, from whom I had made quite a friend, he told me, "You are a young saver who does not spend everything you earn left and right. Do you have gold reserved that does not produce?" "Yes," I answered. "My greatest desire is to accumulate gold to replace the gold my father had given me and which I lost." "It is a very noble ambition, and did you know that the gold you have saved can work for you and earn you even more gold?" "Oh. My experience has been very hard because all my father's gold has disappeared and I am afraid that the same thing will happen to mine." "If you trust me, I will give you useful advice regarding way to use gold," he replied. "Within a year, the wall that will surround the city will be finished and ready to accommodate the large central bronze gates intended to protect the city against the king's enemies. In all of Nineveh there is not enough metal to make these gates and the king has not thought about obtaining it. When the king orders if the doors are made, we will be the only ones who can provide the metal and he will pay us a good price. If the king does not buy from us, we can always resell the metal at a reasonable price." In this offer I recognized an opportunity and, faithful to the 3rd law, I invested my savings following the advice of wise men. Nor did I suffer any disappointment. Pause equals 500. Our pool was a success and my gold amount increased considerably thanks to this transaction. I was eventually accepted as a member of the same pool of investors for other companies. Those men were wise when it came to managing gold profitably. They carefully studied all the plans presented before proceeding to execute them. They did not risk losing their capital or stagnating it in unprofitable investments that would not have allowed them to recover the gold. Foolish enterprises like the horse race and the association of which he had been a part because of my experience would not have even merited their consideration. They would have detected the dangers of such enterprises immediately. Through my association with those men, I learned to invest my gold safely so that I would produce profits. As the years went by, my treasure increased faster and faster. I have not only gained what I had lost, but I have brought back much more. Pause equals 500. Throughout my misfortunes, my trials, and my successes, I have tested the wisdom of the 5 golden laws repeatedly, Father, and they have proven right each time. For the one who does not know the 5 laws of gold, the gold does not come to him and is quickly spent. But for the one who follows the 5 laws, the gold comes to him and works like a faithful slave. Nomacer stopped talking and signaled to a slave at the back of the room. The slave brought, one by one, 3 heavy leather bags. Nomacer he took one of the bags and placed it on the ground in front of his father, addressing him once again, "You had given me a bag of gold, Babylonian gold. To replace it, I give you back a bag of Nineveh gold of the same weight. Everyone will agree that it is a fair exchange. You had given me a clay tablet with wisdom engraved on it, pause equals 500, in exchange, I give you 2 bags of gold." Saying this, he took the other 2 bags from the slave and, like the first, placed them in front of his father, pause equals 500, this is to show, Father, that I consider your wisdom much more valuable than your gold. But who can measure the value of wisdom in bags of gold? Without wisdom, those who possess gold quickly lose it, but thanks to wisdom, those who do not have gold can obtain it, as these 3 bags demonstrate. It is a great satisfaction for me, Father, to be able to be in front of you and tell you that thanks to your wisdom I have been able to become rich and respected by men. The father placed his hand on Nomacer's head with great affection. You have learned your lesson well and, truly, I am very fortunate to have a son to whom I can entrust my wealth. After finishing the story, Calabab remained silent, observing his listeners with a critical air. Pause equals 500, what do you think of Nomacer's story? He continued dash. Who among you can go to his father or his father-in-law and give an account of the good administration of his income? What would those venerable men think if you said to them, I have traveled and learned much, I have worked much and earned much, but, alas, I have little gold. I have spent part of it wisely, another part madly, and I have also lost another due to recklessness. Do you still believe that luck is responsible for some men having a lot of gold and others not having it? In that case, you are wrong. Men have a lot of gold when they know the Finso laws of gold and respect them. Thanks to the fact that I have learned the 5 laws in my youth and having followed them, I have become a rich merchant. I have not made a fortune by strange magic. Wealth that is acquired quickly also disappears quickly. The wealth that remains to provide joy and satisfaction to its possessor increases gradually because he is a creature born of knowledge and determination. Acquiring goods is a small burden for the prudent man, pause equals 500, carrying the load year after year with intelligence allows you to reach the ultimate goal. Those who respect the 5 laws of gold are offered a rich reward. I know them by heart because, as a young man, I was able to confirm their value and I would not have felt satisfied until I had memorized them. The first law of gold comes easily, in ever greater quantities, to the man who reserves no less than 1/10 of his earnings to create an asset in anticipation of his future and that of his family. This law says that gold always comes freely to such a man. I can confirm this based on my own life. The more gold I accumulate, the more gold comes to me quickly and in increasing quantities. The gold I save provides more, just as yours will, and these gains provide other gains. This is how the first law works. The second law of gold. Gold works diligently and profitably for the wise possessor who finds a profitable use for it, multiplying even like the flocks in the fields. Truly, gold is a willing worker. It is always eager to multiply when the opportunity presents itself. To all men who have a treasure of gold laid aside, an opportunity is presented to them, allowing them to take advantage of it. With the years, gold multiplies in a surprising way. The third law of gold. Gold remains under the protection of the prudent possessor who invests it according to the advice of wise men. Gold clings to the prudent possessor, even if he is a careless possessor. The man who seeks the opinion of wise men in the way of dealing in gold quickly learns not to risk his treasure and to preserve it and see it increase with satisfaction. The fourth law of gold: gold escapes the man who invests endlessly in companies that are not familiar to him or that are not approved by those who know how to use gold. For the man who has gold but has no business experience, many investments seem profitable. These investments often involve risk, and wise men who study them quickly show that they are very unprofitable. Thus, the inexperienced gold holder who trusts his own judgment and who invests in an enterprise with which he is not familiar often discovers that his judgment is incorrect and pays for his inexperience with part of his treasure. Pause equals 500. Wise is he who invests his treasures according to the advice of men expert in the art of managing gold. The fifth law of gold: gold has fled from the man who forces it into impossible profits, who follows the seductive advice of fraudsters and swindlers, or who trusts in his own inexperience and his romantic investment intentions. The new gold holder will always come across extravagant propositions that are as exciting as the adventure. These give the impression of giving his treasure magical powers that make it capable of achieving impossible profits. But, truly, be suspicious. Wise men know well the traps hidden behind every plan that seeks to suddenly enrich themselves. Remember the rich men of Nineveh who did not risk losing their capital or stagnating it in unprofitable investments. Here ends my story of the 5 laws of gold. By telling it to you, I have revealed to you the secrets of my own success. However, these are not secrets, but great truths that all men must first learn and then follow if they wish to escape from the multitude that, like wild dogs, worry every day about their ration of bread. Pause equals 500. Tomorrow we will enter Babylon. Watch carefully. Behold the eternal flame that burns on top of the temple of Bel. We already see the golden city. Tomorrow, each of you will have gold, the gold that you have earned so much with your faithful services. 10 years from now, counting from this night, what can you say about this gold? Among you there are men who, like Nomacer, will use a part of their gold to begin accumulating goods and, consequently, guided by the wisdom of Arkad, within 10 years, there is no doubt, they will be rich and respected by men. Like the son of Arkad. Our wise acts accompany us throughout life to serve and help us. In the same way, surely, our reckless acts haunt us to torment us. Unfortunately, they cannot be forgotten. The first of the torments that haunt us are the memories of things we should have done, opportunities that were presented to us but that we did not. We take advantage. The treasures of Babylon are so important that no man is able to calculate their value in pieces of gold. Every year they acquire greater value. The force of your own desires contains a magical power. Pause equals 500. Guide this power through the knowledge of the 5 laws of gold and you will have your share of the treasures of Babylon. 6. The gold lender of Babylon. 50 gold coins. The spear maker of old Babylon had never carried so much gold in his leather bag. He returned happily, striding along the royal palace road. The gold jingled happily in the bag that hung from his belt and moved with a gentle sway every time he took a step. It was the sweetest music he had ever heard. 50 gold coins. He had a hard time believing his good luck. How much power was in those jingling pieces? They could give him anything he wanted: a huge house, land, a herd, camels, horses, carts, anything he wanted. What would he do with them? That night, as he turned down a side street and hurried toward his sister's house, he could think of nothing but those heavy, shiny coins that now belonged to him. A few days later, as the sun set, Rawdon walked perplexed into the shop of Maiden, a gold lender and merchant of jewels and exotic fabrics. Without noticing the attractive articles that were artfully arranged on either side, he crossed the shop and went to the back rooms. He found the man he was looking for, Maiden, lying on a rug and savoring the food his black slave had served him. "I would like to ask your advice because I don't know what to do." Rawdon was standing with his legs open and beneath his half-open leather jacket you could see his hairy chest. The slim figure and pale Maiden smiled at him and greeted him with affability. "What foolish things have you committed to come and ask for favors from the gold lender? Have you had bad luck in the game? Has any woman skillfully fleeced you? Since I've known you, you've never asked for my help to solve your problems. No, no, nothing like that. I'm not looking for gold. I've come because I hope you can give me wise advice. Listen, listen to what this man says. No one comes to see the gold lender for advice. My ears are playing tricks on me. They hear correctly. How is it possible? Rodden, the spearmaker, is more cunning than anyone. That is why he visits Maiden, not to ask him to lend him gold, but to ask for advice. There are many men who they come to me to ask for gold to pay for their whims, but they don't want me to advise them. But who better than the moneylender to advise the many men who come to him? You will eat with me, Rodden, he continued. Tonight, you will be my guest. Come on. Ordered his black slave, spread a rug for my friend Rodden, the spearmaker, who has come for advice. He will be my guest of honor. Bring him plenty of food and the best wine so that he will be pleased to drink. Now, tell me what's bothering you. It's about the king's gift. The king's gift? Has the king given you a gift that causes you problems? What kind of gift? He gave me 50 gold coins because he really liked the design of the new Royal Guard spears, and now I'm in a hurry. At any time of the day I feel harassed by people who would like to share them with me. Pause equals 500, it is natural, there are many men who would like to have more gold than they have and that those who obtain it easily would share it with them. But, can't you say no to them? Are you not strong enough to defend yourself? There are many days when I can say no, but other times it is easier to say yes. Can someone refuse to share this money with their sister to whom they feel very attached? Surely your sister will not want to deprive you of the joy of your reward. But it is out of love for her husband Araman, whom she wishes to see become a rich merchant. Believe who has never had any luck and wants me to lend him the gold so that he can become a prosperous merchant and then pay me back with the profits. My friend, Maiden continued. This matter that you want to discuss is very interesting. Gold gives those who possess it great responsibility and changes their social position in front of their peers. It awakens the fear of losing it or being deceived. It produces a feeling of power and allows you to do good. But, at other times, good intentions can cause problems. Have you ever talked about the farmer from Nineveh who was able to understand the language of animals? It is not the kind of fable that men like to tell in the blacksmith's house. I am going to tell it to you so that you learn that in the act of borrowing or lending, there is something more than the step of gold from one hand to the other. The farmer, who understood what the animals were saying to each other, stopped every night just to listen to what they were saying. One night he heard to the ox to complain to the donkey about the harshness of his destiny. I drag the plow from morning until night. It doesn't matter if it's hot, if I'm tired or if the team irritates my neck, I still have to work. On the other hand, you are a creature made for leisure. Decorated with a colorful blanket, you have nothing else to do but take our master wherever he wants to go. When it's not going anywhere, you rest and graze all day long. The donkey, despite its dangerous hooves, was good-natured and sympathized with the ox. Pause equals 500, my friend, he replied, you work a lot and I would like to ease your lot. So, I am going to tell you how you can have a day of rest. At night tomorrow, when the slave comes to pick you up for the plowing, lie down on the ground and begin to moo incessantly so that he will say that you are sick and that you cannot work. Then, the ox followed the advice from the donkey, and the next morning, the slave went to the farm and told the farmer that the ox was sick and could not draw the plow. In this case, said the farmer, to the donkey, because you also have to till the land. All day long, the donkey, who had only wanted to help his friend, was forced to do the work of the ox. At night, when they unharnessed him from the plow, his heart was heavy, his legs they were tired and their neck hurt because the team had irritated it. The farmer approached the corral to listen. The ox started first. You are a good friend. Thanks to your wise advice, I have enjoyed a day of rest. But I, replied the donkey, am a compassionate heart that begins with help a friend and ends up doing his job. From now on, you will drag your own plow because I heard that the master told the slave to go find the butcher if you were still sick. Pause equals 500, I hope he does because you're a lazy fellow. They never spoke again. That's where their friendship ended. Roll, what? Can you explain to me the moral of this fable? It's a good fable, Rodder replied Dash, but I don't see the moral. I didn't think you were going to discover it. But there is one and it's very simple: if you want to help your friend, do it in a way that later their responsibilities do not fall on you. That had not occurred to me. That is a very wise moral. I do not wish to carry the responsibilities of my sister and her husband. But tell me, you who lend money to so many people, don't those who ask you to borrow money return it to you? Maiden smiled with the gesture that experience allows. Would it be a good loan if they didn't return it to me? Don't you think that the lender has to be clever enough to judge carefully whether the gold he lends will be of use to the one who borrows it and will later be returned to him, or whether the gold will be wasted uselessly and will leave the person who borrowed it useless, request overwhelmed by a debt that can never be repaid? I'm going to show you the coins I have in my chest and let them tell you some stories. He carried into the room a chest as long as his arm, covered with red pigskin and decorated with figurines of bronze. He placed it on the ground and crouched in front of it, with both hands placed on top of the lid. I demand a guarantee from each person to whom I lend money, and I leave it in the chest until they return the money. When they do, I return it to them, but if they don't, this deposit will always remind me of the one who betrayed me. They have land, jewelry, camels, or other items that can be sold as payment of the loan. Some of the clothes they give me are worth more than the loan. With others, they promise to give me a part of their property as payment if they don't return it. Pause equals 500. Thanks to this type of loans, I am assured that the gold will be returned to me with interest since the loan is based on the value of the properties. There is another category of people who ask borrowed money, those who can earn money. They are like you, they work or serve and they get paid. They have an income, they are honest and they are not unlucky. Pause equals 500. I know that they too can repay the gold I lend them and the interest to which I am entitled. These loans are based on human effort. The others are those who neither own property nor earn money. Life is hard and there will always be people who cannot adapt. My chest might reproach me later for lending them money even if it is less than a cent, unless good friends of the person who asked me for the money guaranteed its return. Maiden released the bolt and opened the lid. Rodden approached to look with curiosity. There was a bronze necklace on top of a scarlet cloth. Maiden took the jewel and caressed it lovingly. This garment will always be in my chest because its owner is dead. I keep it carefully and I remember him a lot because he was a good friend. We did very good business together until he brought a woman from the east, who looked nothing like our women, whom he married. A dazzling creature. He wasted all his gold to fulfill all the wishes of. When he had no more gold left, he came to me, distraught. I advised him. I told him that I would help him once again lead. He swore by the sign of the great bull that he would take back the reins of his affairs. But that did not happen. During a fight, that woman she plunged a knife into his heart, just as he had dared her to do. And her. Pause equals 500. Rodden asked. Yes, this necklace was his. Maiden took the beautiful scarlet cloth. Seized with bitter remorse, he threw himself into the Euphrates. These 2 loans will never be returned to me. The chest explains to you, Rodden, that those who borrow money and are very passionate are a great risk for the gold lender. Now I'm going to tell you another different story. He looked for a ring carved in an ox bone. This jewel belongs to a farmer. Pause equals 500. I buy the rugs that his women weave. The grasshoppers devastated his crops and his workers had nothing to eat. I helped him and the next harvest, he returned the money to me. Later he visited me again and told me that a traveler had told him about some strange goats that were in some distant lands. Their hair was so soft and fine that his women could weave the most beautiful carpets ever seen in Babylon. He wanted to own that flock but he had no money. So I lent him the gold needed for the trip and the purchase of the goats. Now you have your flock and next year, I am going to surprise the masters of Babylon with the most expensive rugs they have ever had the opportunity to buy. Pause equals 500. I will soon return the ring. Insist on returning the money quickly. Are there people who borrow money who do this? Rodden asked. If they ask me for money in order to earn it, I guess and agree to lend it. But if they do it to pay their whims, I warn you to be cautious if you want to recover the gold. Tell me the story of this jewel, Rawdon asked as he took in his hands a gold bracelet encrusted with extraordinary stones. You're interested in women, my friend, Maiden joked. I'm much younger than you, Rawdon replied. Okay, but this time you imagine a romance where you don't. There is. The owner is fat and wrinkled and talks so much and says so little that it makes me angry. In the past she had a lot of money and she and her son were good customers, but time brought misfortunes. He would have liked to make his son a merchant. One day he came to my house and asked me to borrow money so that his son could partner with the owner of a caravan who traveled with his camels and bartered in one city what he bought in another. The man proved to be a scoundrel because he left the poor boy in a distant city without money and without friends, after abandoning him while he slept. Pause equals 500, maybe when I'm an adult, he'll pay me back. Since then, I haven't received any interest on the loan, just empty words. But I recognize that the jewelry they are worth the loan. And this woman, did she ask you for any advice about this loan? On the contrary, she imagined that her son was a powerful and rich man from Babylon. To suggest otherwise would have infuriated her. I was only entitled to a reprimand. I knew she was taking a risk because her son was inexperienced, but since she offered the guarantee, I couldn't deny her the loan. This, continued Maiden while waving a knotted piece of rope, belongs to Nebader, the camel merchant. When he buys a herd that costs more than he owns, he brings me this knot and I make him a loan according to his needs. He is a very clever merchant. I trust your judgment and can lend you money safely. Many other merchants of Babylon also enjoy my trust because their conduct is honest. The objects that are delivered to me in deposit regularly enter and leave the chest. Good merchants are an asset in our city, and for me, it is beneficial to help them keep trade alive so that Babylon is prosperous. Maiden took a scarab carved from turquoise and threw it disdainfully on the ground. It is an insect from Egypt. The young man who owns this stone does not care too much that one day I will recover the gold. When I ask him for it, he answers, how can I return the money if misfortune looms over me? You have others. What can I do? The object belongs to his father, a brave but not rich man who pledged his land and his flock to help his son in his ventures. At first the young man was successful and then he began to be very eager to get rich. Because of their inexperience, their attempts went to waste. Young people are ambitious. They would like to quickly get riches and the desirable things it brings. To secure a quick fortune, they borrow money recklessly. As it is their first experience, they cannot understand that a debt that is not repaid is like a deep hole into which we can quickly descend and in which we can struggle in vain for a long time. It is a hole of sorrows and lamentations where the sunlight is darkened and the night disturbs a restless sleep. But I do not advise against lending money. I encourage it to be done. I recommend it if it is done for a good purpose. I myself had my first great success as a merchant with money I had borrowed. But what should you do? A lender in such a case? The young man has lost hope and does nothing. He has become discouraged. He makes no effort to return the money. And I don't want to deprive his father from his lands and his cattle. You have told me many interesting stories, but you have not answered my question. Should I or should I not lend the 50 gold coins to my sister and her husband? They are so valuable to me. Your sister is a brave woman and I have a lot of esteem for her. If her husband came to see me to ask for 50 gold coins, I would ask him what he was going to use them for. If he answered that he wanted to become a merchant like me and have a jewelry and furniture store, I would say, do you know this trade? Do you know where you can buy it cheaply? Could you answer yes to all of these questions? No, I couldn't, Rawdon admitted. Pause equals 500, merchants have to learn their trade. Your ambition, more than commendable, is not logical and therefore I would not lend you money. But suppose that he says, yes, I help the merchants a lot. I know how to go to Smyrna to buy cheap rugs that the women weave. Also, I know the rich people of Babylon to whom I can sell and thus make great profits. Then, I would say to him, your goal is sensible and your ambition worthy. I will be happy to lend you the 50 gold coins if you assure me that you will return them to me. But if I said, the only thing I can assure you is that I am a man of honor and that I will return your money, then, I would reply that every gold coin is very valuable to me. If thieves take your money on the way to Smyrna or snatch your carpets on the way back, you will not have the means to pay me and I will have lost my gold. You see, Rawdon, gold is the lender's commodity. It is easy to lend. If lent recklessly, it is difficult to recover. A promise is a risk that a prudent lender disdains, preferring the guarantee of an assured return. It is good, he continued, to help those who need it, to help those who do not. They are lucky. It is good to help those who are just starting out so that they can prosper and become good citizens. But the help must be sensible because otherwise, just like the donkey in the farm eager to help, we will carry a weight that belongs to another. I continue to stray from your question, Rawdon, but listen to my answer, keep your 50 gold coins. They are the fair reward for your work and no one can force you to share them, unless you want to. If you wanted to lend them to give you more gold, you should do it with caution and in different places. How many years have you worked as a spear maker? 3 years. In addition to the king's gift, how much money have you saved? 3 gold coins. So every year you have worked, you have deprived yourself of good things to save a coin of your earnings? That's right. So maybe by depriving yourself of good things you could save 50 gold coins in 50 years. It would be the fruit of a lifetime. And do you think your sister would risk the savings from your 50 years of work so that her husband could take his first steps as a merchant? No, not seen this way. Then go see her and tell her, I have been working for 3 years every day from morning to night, except on fasting days, and I have deprived of many things that I ardently desired. For every year of work in self-denial, I have earned a gold coin. You are my favorite sister and I wish that your husband would start a business where you can greatly prosper. If you can present me with a plan that my friend Mayton finds sensible and workable, then I will gladly lend you an entire year's savings to give you a chance to prove that you can succeed. Do what I tell you and if he has the talent to succeed, he will have to prove it. If he fails, he will not owe you more than what he hopes to repay you one day. I am a gold lender because I have more gold than I need to trade. I want my surplus gold to work for others and thus bring me more gold. No, I want to risk losing my gold because I have worked hard and have deprived myself of many things to save it. So I am not going to lend it to someone who does not deserve my trust and assure me that it will be returned to me, = 500, nor will I lend it if I am not convinced that the interest on this loan will be returned to me quickly. I have told you, Rawdon, some secrets from my chest. These secrets have revealed to you the weaknesses of men and their anxiety to borrow money even though they do not always have the sure means to repay it. With these examples, you will realize that often, the great hope of these men would be to acquire great profits if they had money and that these are simply false hopes because they have neither the skill nor the experience necessary to make them. Now you, Rawdon, possess the gold that could produce more gold. You are very close to becoming, like me, a gold lender. If you keep your treasure, it will earn you generous interest, it will be an abundant source of pleasure and will be beneficial for the rest of your days. But if you let it slip, it will be such a constant source of sorrow and regret that you will never forget it. You have spoken sensibly, Mayton responded approvingly. Your first wish is security. Do you think in the custody of your brother-in-law will he be safe and protected from any loss? I'm afraid not because he is not prudent in the way he keeps the gold. Then, do not be influenced by stupid feelings towards anyone that lead you to trust with your treasure. If you want to help your family or friends, find ways other than risking losing your treasure. Don't forget that gold escapes unexpectedly from those who don't know how to keep it, = 500, either through extravagance or letting others lose it for you. After security, what do you want most for your treasure? May it produce more gold for me. You speak sensibly again. Your gold has to give you profits and increase. Money that is lent wisely, it can even double before you get old. If you risk losing your money, you also risk losing everything it can bring you. So don't be swayed by the fantastic plans of reckless men who think they know how to make your gold produce extraordinary profits. They are plans forged by inexperienced dreamers who do not know the safe and reliable laws of trade. Be conservative about the profits that gold can bring you and about what you can earn, and thus take advantage of your treasure. To invest gold against a promise of usurious profits is to go to lose it. Try to associate with clever men and undertake businesses whose success is assured, so that your treasure wins and is in a safe place thanks to your cunning and experience. In this way, you will avoid the misfortunes that accompany the majority of the sons of men to whom God entrusts gold. When Rotten wanted to thank him for his wise advice, he did not listen to him and said, "The king's gift will bring you much wisdom. If you save the 50 gold coins, you will have to be discreet. You will be tempted to invest in many projects. They will give you a lot of advice, pause equals 500, you will have many opportunities to make big profits. Before you lend any gold coins, you have to make sure that it will be returned to you. If you want more tips, come visit me again. I will gladly give them to you. Before you leave, read what I engraved on the lid of the chest. It can apply to both the lender like someone who borrows money. Prevention is better than cure." 7. The Walls of Babylon. Old Banzer, a fierce warrior in other times, stood guard on the walkway that led to the highest part of the walls of Babylon. In the distance, brave soldiers defended the access to the walls, pause equals 500, the survival of the great city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants depended on them. From beyond the walls came the roar of the fighting armies, the screams of the men, the hooves of thousands of horses, the deafening noise of the battering rams hitting the bronze gates. The spearmen were on continuous alert, prepared to prevent entry into the city in the event that the gates were breached. They were not numerous, the main armies were far away, to the east, accompanying the king, who was leading a campaign against the Elamites. They had not anticipated that they could be attacked during this absence, and the defending forces were scarce. When no one expected it, the great Assyrian armies arrived from the north. The walls would have to withstand the attack, if not, it would be the end of Babylon. Numerous citizens with frightened expressions were gathered around Banzer, anxiously informing themselves about the evolution of the fighting. They looked terrified at the row of dead or wounded soldiers being transported, or that they were coming down from the walkway. The assault was reaching the crucial moment. After having surrounded the city for 3 days, the enemy had concentrated its forces on that part of the wall and on that gate. Pause equals 500 of the defenses, located at the top of the wall, kept at bay the adversaries who tried to climb the walls of the wall using platforms or ladders by pouring boiling oil on them or throwing spears at those who managed to reach the top. The enemies responded by arranging a line of archers who projected a shower of arrows against the Babylonians. Old Banzer occupied a high position from which he could see very well everything around him. As he passed by, he was very close to the center of the fighting and was the first to notice the enemy's frantic attacks. An elderly merchant approached him. "Tell me, please, they won't be able to get in, right?" Putting both hands together, he begged. "My children are accompanying our good king, there is no one to protect my elderly wife. They will steal all our property, they will take all our reserves. We are already old, too old to serve as slaves, we will die of hunger. We will perish. Tell me that they will not be able to enter the city." "Calm down, good merchant," answered the guard. "The walls of Babylon are solid. Go back to the bazaar and tell your wife that the walls they will protect you and your property as well as the king's rich treasures. Stay close to the wall so that an arrow does not hit you." A woman with a baby in her arms, he took the place of the retiring man. "Sergeant, what news is there about the combat? Tell me the truth so that I can reassure my poor husband. He is in bed with a high fever caused by his terrible wounds. But he insists on protecting me with his armor and his spear, because I am pregnant. He says that the enemy's revenge would be terrible if he entered. You have a good heart because you are a mother, and you will be again. Pause equals 500, the walls of Babylon will protect you and your children. They are high and solid. Do you not hear the cries of our brave defenders who throw cauldrons of boiling oil at those who try to scale the walls? Yes, and I also hear the roar of the battering rams crashing against our doors. Go back to your husband, tell him that the doors are strong and will withstand the attack of the battering rams. Be careful and hurry to reach the buildings, where you will be safer." Banzer stepped aside to leave the way open for the armed reinforcements, when they passed very close to him with their heavy march and the tinkling bronze shields, a girl pulled on Banzer's belt. "Please tell me, soldier, are we safe?" he asked. "I hear terrible noises, I see men bleeding. I'm so afraid. What will become of our family, my mother, my little brother and the baby?" The old soldier had to close his eyes and raise his chin as he picked up the girl. "Don't be afraid, little one," he told her. "The walls of Babylon will protect you. You, your mother, your little brother and the baby. The good Queen Semiramis had them built 100 years ago to protect people like you. Go back and tell your mother, your little brother and the baby that the walls of Babylon will protect them and that they have nothing to be afraid of." Every day, old Banzer stood at his post and watched as the newcomers climbed onto the and they fought until, wounded or dead, they had to be taken down. Around him, a crowd of frightened and anxious citizens wanted to know if the walls would hold. He gave way all the same answer with the dignity of the old soldier, "The walls of Babylon will protect you." For 3 weeks and 5 days the attack continued with renewed violence. Each day the jaw of Banzer became more and more agitated, as the pass, full of blood from the numerous wounded, had become a quagmire due to the incessant flow of men staggering up and down. Every day, the attackers' massacred people were piled up in piles before the walls. Every night, their comrades carried them and buried them. On the 5th night of the last week the clamor subsided. The first rays of sun illuminated the plain, covered with great clouds of dust raised by the retreating armies. An immense shout went up among the defenders. There was no doubt about what he meant. It was repeated by the troops waiting behind the walls, for the citizens in the streets swept the city with the violence of a storm. People rushed out of the houses, a delirious crowd filled the streets, the feelings of fear repressed for weeks transformed into a cry of wild joy. From the top of the great Tower of Bel came the flames of victory, a column of blue smoke rose in the sky to bring good away your message. Once again, the walls of Babylon had repelled a powerful and ferocious enemy, ready to plunder its rich treasures and dominate its citizens into slavery. The city of Babylon survived for several centuries because it was completely protected. Otherwise, it would not have been possible. The walls of Babylon illustrate well the needs of man and his desire to be protected. This desire is inherent to the human race. Today it is as strong as in ancient times, but we have imagined broader and better plans to reach this end. Today, posted behind the walls with impregnable insurance, bank accounts, and reliable investments, we can protect ourselves from unexpected tragedies that can strike at any moment. We cannot afford to live without being adequately protected. 8. The Camel Trader of Babylon. The more hunger grips us, the more active our brain becomes and the more sensitive we become to the smell of food. Tarkad, the son of Azor, certainly thought like this. So he had only eaten 2 small figs from a branch that stuck out beyond a garden wall, and he had not been able to pick any more before an angry woman appeared and chased him away. Her high-pitched scream still echoed in his ears as he crossed the market square. Those horrible noises helped him keep his fingers still, always tempted to pick some fruit from the market women's baskets. Never until then he had noticed the large amount of food that arrived at the market of Babylon and how good it smelled. After leaving the market, he crossed the square in the direction of the inn, in front of which he walked up and down. Perhaps he would find someone who could leave him a copper coin with which he could order a copious meal and thus make the austere owner of the inn smile. Yes, he did not have that coin. He knew very well that he would not be welcome. Distracted as he was, he unexpectedly found himself face to face with the man he most wanted to avoid, Dabasir, the longtime camel dealer. Bony body. Of all the friends or acquaintances from whom he had asked for small sums of money, Dabasir was the one who made him feel the most upset because he had not kept his promise to quickly reimburse him what was owed. Equals 500. Dabasir's face lit up when he saw Tarkad. Aha, Tarkad, just the one I was looking for. Maybe he can return the 2 copper coins that I left him a moon ago, and also the silver one that I had left him earlier. Lucky you. Today I will be able to use those coins. What are you saying to me, boy? Tarkad began to babble and turned red. His empty stomach did not help him to have the hard face to argue with Dabasir. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, he murmured weakly, but today I don't have the 2 copper coins or the silver one that I owe you. Then find them, Dabasir insisted. Surely you can find a couple of copper coins and one of money to repay the generosity of an old friend of your father who has helped you when you needed it. I can't pay you because of bad luck. The bad luck? Luck? Will you blame the gods for your own weakness? Bad luck follows men who think more about asking than letting. Boy, come with me while I eat, I'm hungry and I want to tell you a story. Tarkad backed away from the Dabasir's brutal frankness, but at least it was an invitation to enter a place where they ate. Dabasir pushed him to a corner of the room where they sat on some small rugs. Don't forget my friend, bring him a jug of water, and let it be cool, because the day is hot. Tarkaz's heart seemed to fail. He had to sit there drinking water and watch how that man devoured an entire leg of goat. He didn't say anything. He couldn't think of anything to say. On the other hand, Dabasir didn't know what silence was. Smiling and waving to all the other customers, whom he knew, he continued. I have heard a traveler who has just arrived from Urfa say that a rich man there owns a stone so thin that you can see through it. He places it in the windows of his house to prevent rain from entering. From what the traveler has told me, it is yellow and they allowed him to look through it so that the outside world seems strange and different from what it really is. What do you think, Tarkad? Do you think a man can see the world in a different color than it really is? I couldn't say, answered the young man, much more interested in the goat leg that was in front of Dabasir. Well, I know it's true, since I have seen the world in a different color with my own eyes. Of what he really has, and the story I will tell you tells how I came to see him again in his true color. Dabasir is going to tell a story, someone from a neighboring table murmured to his companion. And brought his rug towards them. The other diners took their food and grouped themselves in a semicircle. They ate noisily in Tarkad's ear, they touched him with the bones of the meat, he was the only one who did not. He had food. Dabasir did not propose that he share the goat's leg with him, nor did he offer him the piece of stale bread that had fallen to the ground. The story I tell you to tell, Dabasir began, pausing so he could put a good piece of meat in his mouth, tells of my youth and how I became a camel dealer. Does any of you know that I was in a slave time in Assyria? A murmur of surprise ran through the auditorium and Dabasir listened to it with satisfaction. When I was young, continued Dabasir after another greedy attack on the goat's leg. I learned my father's trade, making chairs to ride. I worked with him in the store until I got married. As I was young and inexperienced, I earned little, just enough to modestly cover the needs of my excellent wife. I was eager to get good things that I couldn't afford. I quickly realized that the store owners gave me credit even if I couldn't pay them on time. Pause equals 500, young and inexperienced, I did not know that he who spends more than he earns sows the winds of useless indulgence and reaps storms of problems and humiliations. In this way I succumbed to the whims, and without having the necessary money, I bought beautiful clothes and luxury objects for my wife and for our house. I paid as best I could, and for a certain time everything was fine. My creditors began to chase me to pay for my extravagant purchases and my life became miserable. I borrowed from my friends, but I couldn't pay them back either, things were going from bad to worse. My wife came back with his father and I decided to leave Babylon for another city where a young man could have more opportunities. For 2 years I lived a hectic and unsuccessful life, always traveling with the merchants' caravans. Then I passed a group of friendly thieves who were roaming the desert in search of unarmed caravans. Such actions were not worthy of my father's son, but I saw the world through a colored stone and I did not realize to what extent I had degraded myself. We were successful on our first voyage by capturing a rich cargo of gold, silk, and merchandise of great value. We carried this loot to Jinar and we squandered it there. The second time we were not so lucky. After having carried out the robbery, we were attacked by the warriors of an indigenous chief who was paid to protect the caravans. Pause equals 500, they killed our 2 leaders and those of us who remained were taken to Damascus, stripped of our clothes and sold as slaves. I was bought for 2 pieces of silver by a chief from the Syrian desert, with my hair shaved and dressed only in a few pieces of cloth. I was no different from the other slaves. As I was a carefree young man, I thought that this was nothing more than an adventure until my master took me before his 4 wives and told me that they would have me as a eunuch. Then I truly understood my situation. Those men of the desert were savages and warriors. I was subject to their will, bereft of weapons and with no hope of escape. I stood, aghast at the 4 women examining me. I wondered if I could expect any compassion from them. Pause equals 500. Sirah, the first woman, was older than the others and looked at me impassively. I left her without expecting anything from her. The next one, of contemptuous beauty, looked at me with as much indifference as if I were a worm in the ground. The 2 younger ones laughed as if this were a funny joke. Though the time I waited for their verdict seemed like a century, each one seemed to leave the final decision to the others. Finally, Sirah spoke with an icy voice. "We have many eunuchs, but only few camel guards, and they are of no use. Today I have to go see my sick mother and I don't have any slave that I can trust to take care of my camel." This slave knows how to drive one. Then my master asked me, "What do you know about camels?" Struggling to hide my enthusiasm, I replied, "I know how to make them kneel, I know how to carry them, and I know how to lead them on long journeys without getting tired. And if necessary, I can repair their harnesses." Equals 500. The slave knows enough, observed my master. "If that is your wish, Sirah, make this man your camel driver." Thus I was given to Sirah, and that same day I led her after a long camel journey to the side of her sick mother. I took the opportunity to thank her for her intervention and to tell her that I was not a slave by birth but the son of a free man, an honorable chair maker of Babylon. I also told him my story. His comments baffled me, and I later reflected at length on what he had told me. One day Sirah asked me, "Why do you stay alone in your tent at night, when the other slaves are away? Come together in pleasant company." To this I replied, "I thought about what you told me. I wondered if I had the soul of a slave. I can't join them, that's why I stay away." Pause equals 500. "I also stay out of it," he confided. "I had a large dowry, that's why my lord married me. But he doesn't want me, and what every woman desires most ardently is to be desired. For this reason, and since I am sterile and have no children, I have to stay out of it. If I were a man I would prefer death before being a slave, but the laws of our tribe make women slaves. What do you think of me now, that I have the soul of a free man or a slave?" I asked him suddenly. "Do you want to repay the debts you incurred in Babylon?" She asked me. "I do, but I don't see how I could do it. If you let the years pass without worrying and without making any effort to return that money, then you are the soul of a slave. It cannot be otherwise. If a man does not respect himself, no one can respect themselves if they do not pay the debts they have incurred. But what can I do if I am a slave in Syria?" "Be a slave in Syria since you are a weak being." "I am not a weak being," I replied. "Then try it." "How?" "Does not your king fight his enemies with all the strength he has and in all the ways he can? Your debts are your enemies, they made you flee from Babylon. You let them pile up and they became too big for you. If you had fought them like a man, you would have defeated them and you would have been a person honored by the people of your city. But you did not have the courage to do it, and look at you, your pride has abandoned you and you have gone from disgrace to disgrace until you became a slave in Syria." I thought a lot about these unpleasant accusations and conceived various exculpatory theories to prove to myself that I was not a slave in my heart, but I had no opportunity to use them. 3 days later, Sirah's servant came to look for me to take me to my mistress. "My mother is very sick again," she said. "Harness my husband's 2 best camels, tie skins on them filled with water and load the saddlebags for a long journey. The maid will give you food in the kitchen tent." I loaded the camels, wondering the reason for so much food that the maid gave, since my mistress's mother's house was less than a day's journey away. The maid rode the second camel and I drove Sirah's. When we arrived at his mother's house, it was beginning to get dark. Sirah dismissed the maid and said to me, "Dabasir, do you have the soul of a free man or a slave?" "Soul of a free man," I replied. "Now is your chance to prove it. Your master has drunk too much and his men are dull. Take the camels and flee. In that bag you have your master's clothes to disguise yourself. I will say that you have stolen the camels and that you have fled while I was visiting my sick mother. Pause equals 500. You have the soul of a queen, I told her. I would like to be able to make you happy. Happiness does not await the woman who flees from her husband to seek it in distant lands among foreigners. Take your own path and may the gods of the desert protect you, because the route is long, without food or water. I didn't need to be told twice. I thanked him warmly and left in the middle of the night. I did not know that strange country and had only a small idea of the direction I should follow to reach Babylon, but I bravely entered the desert toward the hills. I was riding one camel and leading the other. I traveled throughout the night and the next day full of anxiety, knowing the fate reserved for the slaves who they steal their master's property and try to escape. Towards the end of the afternoon I arrived in an arid country, as uninhabitable as the desert. The sharp stones hurt the paws of my faithful camels that slowly and with great effort chose the route. I did not find man or beast and I could easily understand why they avoided that inhospitable land. From then on, the journey it was like few men can count having had. Day after day, we moved forward slowly. We no longer had water or food. The heat of the sun was merciless. At the end of the 9th day, I slipped from my saddle with the feeling that I was too weak to mount again and that I would surely die in that uninhabited country. I lay down on the ground and slept. I only woke up with the first light of dawn. I sat up and looked around me. There was a new coolness in the morning air. My camels were lying nearby. Before me lay a vast country covered with rocks and sand. There was nothing to indicate that there was anything that a man or a camel could drink or eat. Should I face my end in that quiet peace? My mind was clearer than it had ever been. My body seemed to no longer matter. With dry and bleeding lips, rough and swollen tongue, stomach empty, I no longer felt the annoying pain of the day before. I measured the heartbreaking immensity of the desert and once again I asked myself, do I have the soul of a free man or a slave? And then, with lightning speed I understood that if I had the soul of a slave I would lie down in the sand and die, an end worthy of a runaway slave. But if I had the soul of a free man, what would happen? I should find the way to Babylon, return the money to those who had trusted me, make my wife happy, who truly loved me, and bring peace and contentment to my parents. Your debts are your enemies and have made you flee from Babylon, Sarah had said. Yes, it was true. Why had I not stood firm like a man? Why had I allowed my wife to return to her father? Then something strange happened. The whole world seemed to me to be of a different color, as if until that moment I had seen it through a colored stone that had suddenly disappeared. I finally understood what the true values of life were. Dying in the desert. Never. Thanks to a new vision, all the things I had to do appeared to me. First, I would return to Babylon and face everyone to whom I had incurred debts. I would tell them that after years of wandering and misfortune, I had returned to pay my debts as quickly as the gods would allow. Then I would build a home for my wife and become a citizen my parents would be proud of. My debts are my enemies, but the men who have lent me money are my friends, for they have trusted and believed in me. I staggered on my weakened legs. What did hunger mean? What did thirst mean? They were only obstacles on the road to Babylon. The soul of a new man arose within me who was going to conquer his enemies and reward his friends. I shuddered at the thought of the great project. The glassy eyes of the camels lit up again when they heard my hoarse voice. They got up with great effort, after several attempts. With moving perseverance they headed towards the north, where something told me that we would find Babylon. We found water. We crossed a fertile country where grass and fruit trees grew. We found the path of Babylon because the soul of a free man sees life as a series of problems to be solved, and solves them, while the soul of a slave whines, "What can I do, who am only a slave?" And you, Tarkad? Does an empty stomach make your mind clearer? Have you already taken the path that leads to self-respect? Do you see the world in its true color? Do you wish to pay your righteous debts, whatever they may be, and become a respected man in Babylon? Tears came to the young man's eyes, and he knelt quickly. "You have shown me the way," he said, "now I know how to find the soul of the free man within me." "But what happened when you returned?" asked an interested listener. "When you are determined, You will find the means, replied Dabasir. I was determined, that's why I set out to find the means. Pause equals 500. At first I visited all the men to whom I owed a debt and begged them to be lenient until I could earn the money with which I would pay them. Most welcomed me with joy, some insulted me, but others offered me their help. One of them gave me exactly the help I needed. It was Maiden, the gold lender. Upon learning that he had been a camel driver in Syria, he sent me to see old Nabater, the camel dealer whom our good king had commissioned to buy several herds of camels for a great expedition. With him I put into practice my knowledge of camels, and little by little I was able to return each copper or silver coin. So in the end I was able to walk with my head held high and feel that I was an honorable man among men. Dabasir leaned over his food again. Hey, Cowsber, you snail! He shouted loud enough to be heard in the kitchen. The food is cold. Bring me more freshly roasted meat. Also give a good piece to Tarkad, the son of my old friend, who is hungry and will eat with me. Thus ended the story of Dabasir, the camel trader of ancient Babylon. He found his way when he understood a great truth that wise men had already discovered and applied long before that time. Pause equals 500. This truth had helped many men overcome difficulties and achieve success, and would continue to do so for all who understood its magical power. Anyone who reads these lines will possess it. Pause equals 500. When it is determined, the means are found. 9. The Clay Tablets of Babylon. St. Swithin's College, Nottingham University, Newark-on-Trent, Nottingham, October 21, 1934. Mr. Professor Franklin Caldwell, British Scientific Expedition, Hilla, Mesopotamia. Dear Professor, the 5 clay tablets you unearthed during your recent excavations in the ruins of Babylon have arrived on the same ship as your letter. Pause equals 500. I have been fascinated by them and have spent many pleasant hours translating their inscriptions. I should have replied to your letter more quickly, but I have waited until I had completed the attached transcriptions. You will be as amazed by the story they tell as we are at the laboratory. You expect such a distant, dark past to be full of romance and adventure, you know, something like the Arabian Nights. And then you realize that the problems of the ancient world, from 5,000 years ago, are not so different from those of today, as can be seen by reading these texts that tell of the difficulties that a character named Dabasir encountered in paying his debts. Do you know? It's funny, but, as my students say, these old inscriptions catch me offside. As a university professor, I'm supposed to be a thinking person who is knowledgeable about most topics. And now here comes a guy from the dusty ruins of Babylon who gives us a method we've never heard of to pay off debt while getting more money for your wallet. I must say that this is an idea that I like, and it would be interesting to test if it works just as well today as it did in ancient Babylon. My wife and I plan to apply it to economic issues that, in our case, they clearly need improvements. I wish you the best of luck in your brave endeavor and look forward to another opportunity to help you. Yours affectionately, Alfred H. Shrewsbury, Department of Archaeology, Tablet Number 1. This night of the full moon, I, Dabasir, who have just emerged from slavery in Syria, determined to pay all my debts and become a rich man worthy of respect in my hometown of Babylon, I engrave in clay this permanent report of my affairs to guide me and help me fulfill my greatest desires. Following the advice of my wise friend Maiden, the gold lender, I have determined to follow the precise plan that, it seems, allows honorable men to free themselves from their debts and live in wealth and self-respect. This plan includes 3 objectives that are my hope and my desire. First, the plan will allow me to enjoy a certain prosperity. Thus, I will set aside 1/10 of what I earn and it will be an asset that I will keep. Pause equals 500. Maiden speaks wisely when he says, the man who keeps in his purse the gold he does not need to spend is good to his family and loyal to his king. The man who has only a few coins of copper in his purse is insensitive towards his family and his king. But the man who has nothing in his purse is cruel to his family and disloyal to his king, for his heart is bitter. Pause equals 500. The man who wishes to succeed must have money in his purse so that he can make it jingle, and in his heart love for his family and loyalty for his king. Secondly, the plan foresees that he will cover my needs and those of my wife, who has loyally returned with me from her father's house. pause equals 500, since Maiden says that he who takes care of a faithful wife has a heart full of self-respect and gains strength and determination for his projects. So I will use 7/10 of what earn on buying a house, clothes, food, and a sum that we will dedicate to other expenses so that our lives are not devoid of pleasures and satisfactions. But Maiden has recommended that I be careful not to spend on these honorable concepts more than 7/10 of what I earn. The success of the plan rests on this recommendation: we must live with that portion and never take or buy more than we can pay with it. Tablet number 2. Thirdly, the plan provides that I pay my debts with what I earn. Every moon, 2/10 of my earnings will be divided fairly and honorably between all those who, having trusted me, have left me money, and the time will come when all my debts will be liquidated. To attest to this, I engrave here the name of all the men to whom I am indebted and the fair amount of what I owe them. Farah the weaver, 2 silver coins, 6 copper. Sinjar the mattress maker, 1 silver coin. Ahmar, my friend, for silver coins, 7 copper coins. Akamir, my friend, 1 silver coin, 3 copper. Diebecker, my father's friend, for silver coins, 1 copper. Alkahad, the owner of the house, 14 coins of silver. Maiden the gold lender, 9 silver coins. Bayajik the farmer, 1 silver coin, 7 copper coins. From here the plate is worn, the text is indecipherable. Tablet number 3. I owe all these creditors the sum of 19 silver coins and 141 copper coins. As I owed these sums and saw no way to pay them, in my madness, I allowed my wife to return to her father's house and abandon my hometown, seeking easy well-being elsewhere, only to encounter disaster and be shamefully sold into slavery. Now that Maiden has taught me how I can repay my debts in small amounts that I will take from what I earn, I understand how crazy I was when I escaped the consequences of my extravagance. I have visited my creditors and I have explained that I had no resources to pay them except my ability to work, and that I intended to devote 2/10 of what I earned to settle my debts fairly and honorably. That I could not pay more than that, and if they were patient, there would come a day when I would have fully fulfilled the obligations contracted. Ahmar, whom I believed to be my best friend, insulted me harshly and I left his house humiliated. Bayjarik the farmer asked to be the first to collect, as he was in great need of help. Alkahad, the owner of the house, warned me that if I did not settle my account quickly, he would cause problems for me. Pause equals 500. Everyone else gladly accepted my proposal, and now I am more determined than ever to pay my just debts, since I have convinced myself that it is easier to pay them than to avoid them. I will treat everyone impartially, my creditors, even though I cannot satisfy the needs and demands of some of them. Tablet number 4. It is a full moon again. I have worked hard and with a free mind. My good wife has supported me in the project of paying my creditors. I have distributed them according to plan. I have saved 1/10 for savings. I shared 7/10 with my good wife for our needs, and the remaining 2/10 I have divided among my creditors as fairly as I could in copper coins. I have not seen Ahmar, but I have given the copper coins to his wife. Bayjarik was so happy that he would have kissed my hand. Only old Alkahad grunted and told me that I should pay him more quickly, to which I replied that I could only pay him if he was well fed and calm. Everyone else thanked me and praised my efforts. Thus, my debt has been reduced by 4 silver coins in a moon, and I now possess almost 2 more coins, which no one can claim from me. I feel lighter than I have in a long time. Pause equals 500. The full moon shines once again. I have worked hard but with little results. I have only been able to buy a few camels and have earned 11 silver coins. However, my wife and I stuck to the plan, even though we didn't buy new dresses and only ate a little semolina. I saved the 10th again and we lived on 7/10. I was surprised when Ahmar praised my payment even though it was small, as was Bayajik. Alkahad was angry, but when I told him to return his share if he didn't, he loved her, he accepted her. The others have been happy, as before. The full moon shines again and my joy is great. I discovered a good herd of camels and I bought some sturdy ones. My earnings have been 42 silver coins. This moon, my wife and I have bought sandals and clothes that we have needed for a long time. Pause equals 500. We have also eaten meat and poultry. We have paid more than 8 silver coins to our creditors, not even Alcahad has protested. The plan is formidable, it frees us of debts and allows us to create a treasure that is only ours. It has been 3 moons since I began to engrave this tablet, I have kept each of them with 1/10 of what I had earned, each of us, my good wife and I, have lived with 7/10, even when it was difficult, each one, I have paid 2/10 to my creditors. Now I keep in my purse 21 silver coins that are mine. That allows me to walk with my head held high and walk proudly with my friends. My wife can take good care of the house and is well dressed. We are happy to live together. This plan has an immense value. Hasn't he made an honorable man out of a former slave? Tablet number 5. The full moon shines again and I remember that it has been a long time since I recorded my first tablet. It has been 12 moons now. But that does not mean I will ignore the report, since today I have paid my last debt. Today is the day that my good wife and I celebrate the triumph that our determination has brought us. During my last visit to my creditors some things happened that I will remember for a long time. Ahmar begged me to forgive his ugly words and told me that, of all things, he especially wanted my friendship. In the end, old Alcahad is not so bad because he told me, before you were like a piece of soft clay that could be squeezed and molded by any hand, but now you are like a copper coin that can be held on its edge. If you need silver or gold, come see me any time. He is not the only one who respects me, many others speak to me with deference. My good wife looks at me with that shine in her eyes that makes me a man sits confident. But it has been the plan that has given me success, has made me able to repay my debts and has made the gold and silver jingling in my purse. I recommend it to those who want to prosper. Well, if you have made a slave pay his debts, won't you help a man find his freedom? And I have not abandoned it because I am convinced that, if I follow it, it will make me a rich man among men. St. Swithin's College, Nottingham University, Newark-on-Trent, Nottingham, 7 November 1936. Mr. Professor Franklin Caldwell, British Scientific Expedition, Hilla, Mesopotamia. Dear Professor, if in the course of your next excavations in the ruins of Babylon you encounter the ghost of an old citizen, a camel trader named Dabasir, please let me know a favor. Tell him that those gibberish that he wrote on some clay tablets a long time ago have earned him the eternal gratitude of certain people at a college in England. Surely you will remember. From my letter from a year ago in which I told you that my wife and I intended to follow your plan to become debt-free and, at the same time, have some money in our pockets. You may have guessed that these debts embarrassed us desperately, no matter how much we tried to hide them from our friends. For years we have been terribly humiliated by certain debts and uneasy to the point of illness for fear that some merchant would unleash a scandal that would have surely forced us to leave college. We spent every shilling of our income, which was barely enough to keep us afloat. We were forced to go shopping wherever they gave us credit, without caring if the prices were higher. The situation worsened in a vicious circle that got worse instead of better. Our efforts became desperate. We couldn't move to a cheaper place because we still owed rent to the landlord. It seemed like we couldn't do anything to improve our situation. Then his new friend, the old dealer, showed up of Babylonian camels, with a plan capable of accomplishing just what we wanted to accomplish. He kindly encouraged us to follow his system. We made a list of all the debts we owed, and I showed it to all our creditors. I explained to them that, the way things were going, it was impossible for me to pay them. They could verify it themselves by looking at the numbers. Pause equals 500, then I told them that the only way I could see of being able to pay them everything was by setting aside 20% of my monthly income, dividing it equally between them and in this way returning what I owed them in just over 2 years. During this interval we would make all our purchases in cash. Everyone was truly correct. Our shopkeeper, a reasonable old man, accepted this way for us to pay him the debt. If they pay in cash for everything they buy and pay what they owe little by little, it is better than if they don't pay me at all. Well, we hadn't paid him for 3 years. Finally I kept in a safe place a list with their names and a letter in which, by mutual agreement, I asked them not to bother us while we were dispersing 20% of our income. We began to make plans for figure out how to live on 70% of what we earned. And we were determined to save the remaining 10% to jingle in our purses. The idea of silver, and possibly gold, were one of the most seductive. This change in our life was quite an adventure. We learned to enjoy calculating and evaluating how to live comfortably with the 70% that. We started with the rent and managed to get a good reduction. We then looked at our favorite brands of tea and other products and were pleasantly surprised to see what we could find better quality at a lower price. It is too long to tell in a letter, but, in any case, it has not turned out to be that difficult. We adjust to this new situation with the best of the humors. What a relief it was to see that our financial affairs were no longer in a state that made us suffer from old unpaid bills. However, I will not forget to tell you about the 10% that we were obliged to ring in our bags. Well, we only made it ring for a certain time, not too long. Do you know? That's the fun part. It's fantastic to start accumulating money that you don't want to spend. You feel more pleasure managing such an amount than spending it. After having made it ring for our enjoyment, we found a more useful use for it. We chose an investment plan that we could pay with this 10% every month. This decision has proven to be the most satisfactory of our regeneration and is the first thing we pay for with my payroll. Pause equals 500. Knowing that our savings are constantly growing is a most satisfying feeling. From now until the end of my academic career, these savings should constitute a sufficient sum so that your income is enough for us from that moment on. And all with the same salary. Hard to believe but true, we pay off our debts gradually at the same time as our savings increase. Plus, now we manage better than before in the economic field. Who would have thought there was so much difference between following a plan and letting yourself go? At the end of next year, when we have paid all our bills, we will be able to invest more and save so we can travel. We are determined that our current expenses will not exceed 70% of our income. Pause equals 500. Now you can understand why we would like to express our personal gratitude to that individual whose plan has saved us from that hell on earth. He knew him, had been through all that, he wanted others to benefit from his bitter experiences. So he spent tedious hours engraving his message in clay. He had an authentic message to give to his fellow sufferers, a message so important that, after 5,000 years, it has emerged from the ruins of Babylon as alive and true as the day it was buried. Yours most affectionately, Alfred H. Shrewsbury, Department of Archaeology. 10. The Most Favored Babylonian by Luck. Sharonada, the merchant prince of Babylon, walked proudly at the head of his caravan. He liked fine fabrics and wore expensive, flattering clothes. He liked purebred animals and he rode his Arabian stallion with agility. It was difficult to guess his advanced age by looking at him. Certainly no one would have suspected that he was tormented internally. The trip to Damascus had been long and the difficulties were numerous. He was not worried. The Arab tribes were ferocious and eager to plunder his rich caravans, but no. He was afraid because their numerous guard troops assured him of good protection. He was disturbed by the presence of that young man at his side that he had brought from Damascus. It was Hayden Gala, the grandson of his business partner. Years ago, Arad Gula, to whom he owed eternal gratitude. He wanted to do something for his grandson, but the more he thought about it, the more difficult it seemed, precisely because of the young man. He thinks jewelry is suitable for men, he thought, looking at the young man's rings and earrings, and yet he has the energetic face of his grandfather. But he did not wear such brightly colored clothes. I have invited him to come with me, hoping to help him make a fortune and escape the waste with which his father has spent his inheritance. Hayden Gula put an end to his reflections. Pause equals 500. Why do you work so hard, always going from one place to another with your caravan making long trips? Don't you ever take time to enjoy life? Enjoy life? Sharonada repeated, smiling. What would you do to enjoy life if you were Sharonada? If I had a fortune like yours, I would live like a prince. I would never cross the desert, I would spend the shekels as fast as they fell into my purse, I would wear the most expensive clothes and the rarest jewelry. Pause equals 500. That would be a life to my liking, a life worth living. The two men laughed. Your grandfather was not wearing jewelry, Sharonada had spoken without thinking, then he continued jokingly, dash. And wouldn't you leave some time to work? The work is done for the slaves, replied Hayden Gula. Sharonada bit her lip but did not respond. She drove in silence until the road led them to a slope. There he reined in his mount and pointed towards the distant green valley. Look at the valley, look further and you can see the walls of Babylon. The tower is the temple of Bel. If your eyesight is sharp, you can even see the smoke of the eternal fire on high. So, is that Babylon? I have always ardently desired to see the richest city in the world, said Hayden Gula. Painfully oppressed. Why do you want his spirit to remain on earth beyond its allotted time? You and your father can finish your work. Unfortunately, neither of us have his gifts. My father and I do not know the secret to attracting the golden shekels. Sharonada did not respond but loosened the bridle of his mount and he went down, thoughtful, along the path that led to the valley. The caravan followed them wrapped in a red cloud of dust. Later they reached the main road and headed towards the south. They crossed irrigated lands. 3 old men working in a field caught Sharonada's attention. They looked strangely familiar. How ridiculous. You don't go through a field 40 years later and find the same farmers. However, something told him that they were the same. One of them weakly held the plow, the other 2, next to the oxen, struggled, hitting them in vain to make them continue advancing. 40 years before he had envied those men, how gladly he would have exchanged places with them. But what a difference, now. He turned to look at his caravan with pride, his camels and donkeys well chosen and heavily laden with valuable goods, from Damascus, all but one belonging to him, pause equals 500, he pointed to the farmers saying. They have been plowing the same field for 40 years. They must look alike. What makes you think they are the same? I had already seen them here, answered Sharonada. Memories rushed through her thoughts. Why couldn't she live in the present and bury the past? He then saw, as if in a picture, the smiling face of Arad Gula. The barrier between him and the cynical young man next to him fell. But how could he help a superb young man with ideas of luxury and hands covered in jewels? He could offer plenty of work to men willing to work but nothing to those who considered work unworthy of them. But he owed Arad Gula something more concrete than a half-hearted attempt. He and Arad Gula had never done things this way, they were made of different stuff. A plan suddenly occurred to him. It wouldn't be easy, pause equals 500, he had to consider his family and his own status. It would be cruel, it would hurt. But since he was a man of quick decisions, he abandoned his objections and was determined to act. Would you like to know how your grandfather and I formed a partnership that would prove to be so advantageous? Why don't you just tell me how you got the gold shekels? That's all I need to know, replied the young man. Let's start with the men who are plowing, continued Sharonada, ignoring his response. I was not older than you. As the column of men of which I was a part approached them, Megiddo the farmer mocked the way they farmed. Megiddo was chained at my side. Look at those lazy guys, he protested. The one who holds the plow does not have the strength to plow deeply, the others do not watch that the oxen do not leave the furrow, how can you expect to have a good harvest if you work so badly? Did you say that Megiddo was chained at your side? Hayden Gula asked in surprise. Yes, we wore a bronze necklace around our necks, a heavy chain linked us to each other. Near him was Zabadu, the lamb thief I met in Haran. At the top, a man we called Pirate, because he didn't want to say his name. We had thought he was a sailor because he had coiled snakes tattooed on his chest, in the manner of men of the sea. The column was organized so that the men could advance 4 by 4. Were you chained like a slave? Hayden Gula asked incredulously. Didn't your grandfather tell you that I was a slave at one time? He often spoke about you but he never alluded to that. He was a man in whom you could trust your most intimate secrets. You are also a man who can be trusted. You can trust, right? Sharonada looked him straight in the eyes. You can count on my silence, but I am very surprised. Tell me how you came to be a slave. Anyone can find themselves in that situation. Sharonada shrugged his shoulders. A gambling house and barley beer led me to ruin. I paid for my crimes. Brother. During a fight he killed his friend, I was handed over to the widow by my desperate father so that my brother would not be persecuted by the law. When my father was able to get enough money to free me, she got angry and sold me on the slave market. What shame and what injustice! Hayden Gula protested. But tell me, how did you regain your freedom? We'll get to that, but not yet. Let's continue the story. When we passed them, the farmers mocked us. One of them, he took off his hat and bowed to us. "Welcome to Babylon," he shouted, "guests of the king. He awaits you at the city walls, where the banquet is already served, mud bricks and onion soup," and they laughed heartily. Pirate got angry and cursed them. "What does that mean that the king is waiting for us on the walls?" I asked. "On the city walls we will have to carry bricks until our backs break, or maybe they will beat us to death before that. Who wants to work hard?" commented Zabadoo. "Those farmers are smart and don't break their backs, they just show it. You can't prosper by being a lazy person," Megiddo protested. "If you till 1 hectare, you will have done a good day's work, and it doesn't matter if your master knows it or not. But if you only do half of it, you are a lazy person. I am not. I like to work and do it well because work is the best friend I have ever known. It has given me all the good things I have, my farm and my cows, my crops, everything. And where are all these things now?" Zabadoo mocked. "I think it is more profitable to be smart and go unnoticed without working. Look at me, when they sell us, I will transport water or do some other easy task, while you, who like to work, will break your back transporting bricks," and laughed stupidly. That night I was overcome with terror, I couldn't sleep. I approached the guard line, and when the others had fallen asleep, I caught the attention of Gadoso, who was on the first shift. He was one of those Arab scoundrels, a kind of scoundrel who believed that if he robbed you, he would also have to cut your throat. "Tell me, Gadoso," I whispered, "will they sell us when we get to the walls of Babylon?" "Why do you want to know?" he asked cautiously. "Don't you understand?" I begged him. "I am young and I want to live. I don't want to be harassed or whipped to death. Do I have a chance of having a good master?" "I'm going to tell you something," he whispered back. "You're a good guy, you don't give me any problems. Most of the time we're the first to go to the slave market. Listen now, when the buyers come, tell them that you are a good worker, that you like to work hard and for a good master. If you don't encourage them to buy from you, the day next you will find yourself carrying bricks, exhausting work." Then he walked away. I lay on the hot sand looking at the stars and thinking about the work it really would be if it helped me free myself. When Megiddo was when he woke up, I whispered the good news to him. A glimmer of hope accompanied us on the way to Babylon. In the middle of the afternoon we were approaching the walls and we could see the rows of similar men, black ants, climbing the steep paths. As we approached, we were surprised to see thousands of men working, some digging the pits, others transforming the earth into mud bricks. Most of them carried bricks in large baskets up the steep paths to where the bricklayers were. The guards insulted the stragglers and cracked their whips on the backs of those who got out of line. Some poor exhausted men staggered and fell under the heavy baskets, unable to get up. If the lashes could not raise them to their feet, they were removed from the ranks and left aside. Soon they would fall down the hill, with the other bodies of slaves waiting by the road for an unblessed grave. I shuddered looking at this scene. That is what awaited the son of my father did not succeed in the slave market. Gadoso was right. We crossed the city gates and headed towards the slave prison. The next morning they led them to the market area. There, the other slaves pressed themselves against each other in fear, and only the whips managed to make them move so that the buyers could see them. Megiddo and I spoke animatedly with all the men who would allow us. The famous constructions of ancient Babylon, the walls, the temples, the hanging gardens and the great canals were possible thanks to the labor of slaves, mainly prisoners of war, which explains the inhuman treatment they received. Some were also citizens of Babylon and its provinces, sold as slaves because of crimes they had committed or financial problems. It was customary for men to offer themselves or their families to guarantee the payment of loans, legal judgments and other obligations. So in case of non-payment, the affected people could be sold as slaves. The slave seller called the soldiers of the royal guard, who chained pirate and brutally beat him as soon as he protested. When they took him away I felt sorry for him. Megiddo sensed that we would soon separate, and when we had no buyers nearby he spoke to me seriously to make me understand how important work would be in my future. Some men hate him. They make him their enemy. It's better to treat him like a friend, make him love you. Don't worry if it's hard. When you want to build a good house, you don't care if the beams are heavy or if the well from which you draw water for the plaster is far away. Promise me, boy, that if you have a master, you will work for him as much as you can. Pause equals 500. Don't worry if he doesn't appreciate your work. Remember that work well done is good for those who do it, it makes them a better man. Here he stopped because a burly farmer was coming towards the fence to look at us with interest. Megiddo asked him about his farm and his crops, convincing him that it would be of great use to him. After a violent bargain with the slave seller, the farmer took out a large bag of gold from his clothes, and shortly after, Megiddo followed his new master and disappeared. Other men were sold during the morning. At noon Gadoso confided to me that the seller had had enough and that he would not spend another night there but would take the rest of the slaves in the evening, to the king's buyer. I was already despairing of my luck when a fat, kind-looking man approached the wall and asked if there were any pastry chefs among us. Stop, why does a good pastry chef like you need a lower quality pastry chef? I said, approaching him. Wouldn't it be easier to teach a man of good will like me the secrets of your trade? Look at me, I am young, strong, and I like to work. Give me a chance and I will do everything I can to fill your purse with gold. He was impressed by my goodwill and began to haggle with the seller. He had never noticed me since he bought me, but now he praised with great eloquence my virtues, my good health and my good character. I felt like a fatted ox being sold to a butcher. To my great joy, in the end the deal was closed and I left with my new master thinking that I was the luckiest man in Babylon. My new house was to my liking. Nananade, my master, taught me how to grind barley in a stone duck bowl, how to make a fire in the oven, and finally how to grind the sesame flour was very fine to make the honey cakes. I slept in the barn where I kept the grain. The old slave, the servant Svasti, fed me well and she was happy that I helped her do the most difficult tasks. This was the opportunity to be useful to my master that I had ardently desired, and in it I hoped to find a way to gain my freedom. I asked Nananade to teach me how to knead and bake bread, and he did so, happy with my goodwill. Later, when I had mastered these techniques, I asked him to show me how to make honey cakes, and soon I made all the pastries. My master was happy to do nothing, but Svasti shook her head in disapproval. It is not good for any one man to be without work, he declared. I thought it was time to start thinking of a way to earn the coins to buy my freedom. As I finished my work at noon, I thought Nananade would agree to my finding a profitable evening job, work from which we could share the profits. Then I had an idea, why not make more honey cakes and sell them to the hungry men in the city streets? I presented my plan to Nananade as follows: if once I have finished the bakery, I can use my afternoons to make more money for you, wouldn't it be fair if you shared some of the profits with me? That way I'll have money of my own so I can buy the things every man wants and needs. Fair enough, he admitted. When I presented my plan to sell honey cakes, he was very happy. See what we'll do, he suggested. You'll sell them for a penny a pair, you will return half of what you earn to pay for the flour, honey, and firewood needed to cook them. I will keep half of the rest and the other half will be for you. I was very happy with that generous offer, which consisted of giving me a quarter of my sales. That night I worked late to make a tray on which to place the cakes. The next day I made a lot more honey cakes. I began to advertise my merchandise while walking down the street. The cakes looked well baked and appetizing. At first no one seemed interested and I became discouraged, but I continued, and when later the men had hungry, they started shopping and soon the tray was empty. Nananade was very happy with my success and gladly paid me my share. I was delighted to have some money. Megiddo was right when he said that the master appreciates the work of a good slave. That night I was so excited by my success that I could barely sleep and tried to calculate how much I could earn in a year and how many years I would need to buy my freedom. I soon found regular customers walking around with the tray of cakes. One of them was none other than your grandfather, Arad Gula. Pause equals 500, he was a rug seller and sold them to housewives. He went from one end of the city to the other accompanied by a donkey loaded with rugs and a black slave who took care of him. He bought 2 cakes for himself and 2 for his slave. He always entertained himself by talking to me while they ate them. Your grandfather told me something that I will always remember. I like your cakes, boy, but I like even more the ardor with which you sell them. A spirit like that can take you very far on the path of success. Can you understand, Hayden Gluttony, what did those words of encouragement mean to a young slave, alone in a big city, who was fighting against himself to find a way out of his humiliation? As the months passed, my purse grew, and it began to have a comforting weight hanging from my belt. Work had become my best friend, as Megiddo had predicted. I was happy but Svasti seemed uneasy. I'm afraid for your master, he spends too much time in the gambling houses, she protested. One day happiness overwhelmed me upon meeting my friend Megiddo on the street. He was carrying 3 donkeys loaded with vegetables to the market. I'm very well, he said, my master appreciates my work and I'm already a foreman. Look, he trusts me with the products he sells in the market and has even claimed my family. Work helps me recover from my great misfortune and one day it will also help me buy my freedom and have a farm again. Time passed and each day Nananade was in a greater hurry to see me arrive after my sale. He waited for my return, impatiently counted the money and divided it. He pressured me to find new customers and increase my sales. I often went beyond the city gates to look for the slave guards who built the city walls. I hated seeing those unpleasant scenes but I found that the guards were generous buyers. One day I saw, surprised, Zabadu waiting in line to fill his basket with bricks. He was skinny and bent over and his back was full of scars and sores caused by the whips of the guards. I felt sorry for him and gave him a cake which he crushed in his mouth like a starving animal. Seeing the hunger reflected in his gaze, I ran before he could catch my tray. Why do you work so hard? Arad Gula asked me one day, almost the same question you asked me today, do you remember? I told him what Megiddo had told me about work and how he had turned out to be my best friend. I proudly showed him my bag of coins and told him I was saving to buy my freedom. What will you do when you are free? He asked. I intend to become a merchant, I replied. Then he confided in me something I had never suspected. Pause equals 500, you don't know that I am also a slave, I am a partner of my master. Be quiet, Hayden Gula ordered Dash, I will not listen to slanderous lies about my grandfather. No, he was no slave. His eyes were shining with anger. Sharonada remained calm. I honor him for having risen from his misfortune and become a great citizen of Damascus. And you, his grandson, are you made of the same wood? Are you man enough to face reality or do you prefer to live with false illusions? Hayden Gula sat up straight in his chair, and responded with a voice choked with deep emotion. Everyone loved my grandfather, his good deeds were countless. Was it not he who, when the famine came, bought grain in Egypt and transported it in his caravan to distribute it among the people so that they would not die of hunger? Why do you say that he was nothing more than a despicable slave of Babylon? If he had always been a slave, perhaps he would have been despicable, but when, thanks to his efforts, he became a great man in Damascus, surely the gods forgave him his misfortunes and honored him with their respect, answered Sharonada. Pause equals 500, after telling me that he was a slave, he told me how eager he was to regain his freedom. Now that he had enough money to buy her, he was worried about what he would do in the future. He was no longer making good sales as before and feared the moment when he would lack his master's support. I was outraged by his indecision. Don't tie yourself down to your master. Find again the feeling of being a free man. Act like one and succeed like one. Decide what you want to achieve and the work will help you achieve it. He continued on his way telling me that he was glad that I had made him ashamed of his cowardice. One day I went outside the walls and I was surprised to see there a big crowd. When I asked a man what was happening he replied, "Haven't you heard? A runaway slave who had killed a guard has been brought to justice and will be flogged to death. Even the king himself will be present." The crowd was so large near the whipping post that I was afraid to go any closer for fear that my tray of honey cakes would be knocked over. Then I climbed the unfinished wall to look over the heads. I had the luck of seeing Nebuchadnezzar in person advancing in his golden chariot. I had never seen such magnificence, similar clothes, cloths of golden fabric trimmed with velvet like those. No, I could see the flogging, but I could hear the heartbreaking screams of the poor slave. I wondered how someone as noble as our noble king could accept seeing such suffering, but when I saw that he laughed and joked with his nobles, I knew that he was cruel, and I understood why they imposed those inhuman tasks on the slaves who built the walls. Once the slave was dead, they hung his body by one leg on the post so that everyone could see it. When the crowd began to disperse, I approached him. On his chest I recognized the tattoo of the two snakes hugging. He was a pirate. The customs of the slaves of ancient Babylon, although they may seem contradictory to us, were strictly enforced by law. A slave, for example, could own goods of all kinds. Even other slaves over whom their master had no power. Slaves freely married non-slaves. The children of free women were free. Most of the city's merchants were slaves, many of these had business with their masters and were rich. When I saw Arad Gula again, he was already a different man. He received me full of enthusiasm. Look at the free slave. Your words were magical. My sales and profits are already increasing, my wife is delighted. She was a woman free, my master's niece, and he ardently wishes that we move to a town where no one knows that I have been a slave. In this way our children will be safe from all reproach about their father's misfortune. Work has been my best help, it has made me able to regain my confidence and the ability to sell. I was delighted to have been able to help him, even if it was only to give him back the encouragement he had given me. One night, Svisti came to see me in distress. Your master is in trouble. I am afraid for him. A few months ago he lost a lot of money gambling, he no longer pays the farmer for flour and honey, he no longer pays the moneylender. And now they are angry and threaten him. Pause 500, why should we worry about their madness? I said without thinking. We are not their guardians. You madman, you don't understand anything. Pause 500, he has given your title to the lender as collateral. According to the law, he can claim you and sell you. I don't know what to do, he is a good master. Pause 500, why should such a misfortune befall him? Svisti's fears were well founded, as while she was making the cakes the next morning, the moneylender arrived with a man called Susi. That man looked at me and said he thought it was a good deal. Pause 500, the moneylender did not wait for my master to arrive and told Svisti to inform him that I had been taken away. With only the clothes on me and my bag tied tightly to my belt, they forced me away from the unfinished cakes. They had driven me away from my deepest desires like the hurricane uproots the tree from the forest and throws it into the stormy sea. The gambling house and the barley beer were causing me misfortunes again. Susi was brusque, crude. As he drove me through the city, I told him about the good work he had done. I had done for Nananade, and I told him that I hoped to do the same for him. His response gave me no encouragement. I don't like that job, nor do I, master. The king has ordered him to send me to build a part of the Grand Canal. My master has told me to buy more slaves, work hard, and finish quickly. How can such a huge job be finished quickly? Imagine the desert without trees, just small bushes and a sun so hot that the water in our barrels became so hot that it was difficult for us to drink it. Then imagine lines of men going down into a deep hole and coming up dragging heavy baskets full of earth along dusty paths, from dawn to dusk. Imagine the food served in troughs that we used like pigs. We had no tents or straw for beds. I found myself in this situation. I buried my bag in a marked spot, wondering if I would ever get out of there. At first I worked with good will, but as the months went by, I felt my soul breaking. Then the fever took over my bruised body. I lost my appetite and could barely eat the lamb and vegetables they gave us. Pause 500, at night I tossed and turned on my cot without being able to fall asleep. In my misery I wondered if Zabato's plan wasn't the best, to laze around and try not to break my back while working. Pause 500, then I remembered the last time I had seen him and realized that his plan was no good. In my bitterness I thought of Pirate and wondered if it wasn't preferable to fight and kill. The memory of his bloody body reminded me that his plan was also useless. Then I remembered Megiddo, his hands were deeply calloused from work but his heart was light and there was happiness on his face. His plan was the best. However, I was as willing to work as Megiddo, he wouldn't have worked harder. Why wasn't my job bringing me happiness and success? Was it work that had given Megiddo happiness and success, or were these goods in the hands of the gods? Would I work the rest of my life without satisfying my desires, without success or happiness? All these questions crowded without answers in my mind. I was painfully confused. Several days later, when I already thought I was at the limit of my strength and my questions remained unanswered, Susi made me search. My master had sent for a messenger to take me to Babylon. I dug to recover my precious little bag, hid it in my rags and set out. Pause equals 500, as I left, those same thoughts continued to rush through my feverish brain, like a hurricane circling around me. I seemed to experience the strange lyrics of a song from Haran, my hometown. Look at the man who behaves like a whirlwind, like a storm, who in his career no one can follow and his destiny no one can predict. Was it my destiny to be punished for I knew not what? What miseries and disappointments awaited me? Imagine my surprise when, upon reaching the courtyard of my master's house, I saw Arad Gula waiting for me. He helped me inside and hugged me like a long-lost brother. Along the way I would have followed him like a slave follows his master, but he didn't allow me. He put his arm around my shoulders and told me, I looked for you everywhere. Pause equals 500, when I had no hope left, I found Svasti, who told me the story of the moneylender who led me to your noble master. He has negotiated hard and made me pay an exorbitant price, but you are worth it. Your philosophy and your audacity have inspired my current success. Megiddo's philosophy, not mine, I interrupted, Megiddo's and yours. Thank you both, now we are going to Damascus, where I need you as a partner. Look, he exclaimed, in a moment you will be a free man. Saying this he took out from inside his clothes a clay tablet that was my title. He raised it above his head and threw it hard against the stone pavement to break it into 1,000 pieces. Pause equals 500, he joyfully stomped on the pieces until they were reduced to dust. My eyes filled with tears of gratitude. I knew he was the luckiest man in Babylon. Pause equals 500 see. In the moment of greatest anguish, work turned out to be my best friend. My willingness to work allowed me not to have to go with the slaves who built the walls. And it impressed your grandfather to the point that he wanted to make me his partner. So, work was the secret key to my grandfather's golden shekels? Hayden Gula asked. It was the only one he had when I met him, Sharonada answered. Your grandfather liked to work, the gods appreciated his efforts and rewarded him generously. I'm beginning to understand, Hayden Gula spoke while thinking. The job attracted his many friends who admired his perseverance and the success it brought him. The work gave him all those things that I have enjoyed. And I thought that the work was only for the slaves. Life is full of numerous pleasures that man can enjoy, said Sharonada, and each one has its place. I am glad that work is not just reserved for slaves. Pause equals 500, if that were the case, I would be deprived of my greatest pleasure. There are many things I like, but nothing replaces work. Sharonada and Hayden Gula stopped by the shadow of the high walls towards the massive bronze gates of Babylon. Upon his arrival, the guards at the gate stood at attention and respectfully saluted the honorable citizen. With the head held high, Sharonada led the long caravan through the gates and through the streets of the city. I have always wanted to be a great man like my grandfather, Hayden Gula confided. Pause equals 500, I had never understood what kind of man he was. You have shown me. Now I understand him, I admire him even more and I feel more determined to become a man like him. I fear that I will never be able to repay you for having given me the true key to his success. From today I will wear it. I will begin humbly, like him, and that will be more in keeping with my true condition than jewelry and beautiful clothes. And saying this, Hayden Gula removed the rings from his fingers and the earrings from his ears. He loosened the reins of his horse, retreated a few steps and stood behind the leader of the caravan with deep respect. 11. A historical summary of Babylon. There has been no more attractive city in the course of history than Babylon. Its name evokes visions of wealth and splendor and its treasures of gold and jewels were fabulous. We could think that such a city had a wonderful location, surrounded by rich natural resources such as forests or mines in a lush tropical climate. This was not the case. It extended along the course of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in an arid, flat valley. There were no forests, mines, not even stone for construction. Pause equals 500. It was not on a natural trade route and the rains were insufficient for agriculture. Babylon is an example of man's ability to achieve great goals using the means at his disposal. All resources had been developed by man, all wealth resulted from human work. Babylon possessed only two natural resources, fertile land and river water. Thanks to one of the greatest technical achievements of all time, Babylonian engineers diverted the waters of the river using dams and immense irrigation canals. The canals crossed all the places of the arid valley to bring water to the fertile soil. These works constitute one of the first engineering works in history, and the irrigation system allowed the crops to be more abundant than they had ever been. Fortunately, Babylon was ruled throughout its long existence by successive lines of kings who only occasionally engaged in conquest and plunder. Although the city embarked on various wars, these were local or they were to defend themselves from the ambitious conquerors who came from other countries who coveted their fabulous treasures. The extraordinary leaders of Babylon went down in history because of their wisdom, audacity, and justice. Pause equals 500. Babylon did not produce proud monarchies that wanted to conquer the known world and force the nations to submit. Babylon no longer exists as a city. When the human forces that built and maintained the city for thousands of years disappeared, it quickly became a deserted ruin. It was located in Asia, about 1,000 kilometers from the Suez Canal, just north of the Persian Gulf. Its latitude is close at 30 degrees above the equator, similar to that of Yuma, Arizona, and had a climate similar to that of this city, hot and dry. The Euphrates Valley, once a populous agricultural region, is today an arid plain swept by the wind. The sparse grasses and bushes of the desert fight against the wind-blown sand. The fertile fields, the great cities and the long caravans of the rich merchants no longer exist. The nomadic Arab tribes are the only inhabitants of the valley since the Christian era and subsist thanks to their small herds. The region is dotted with hills. At least for centuries they were considered such, but fragments of pottery and bricks worn by the occasional rains finally caught the attention of archaeologists. Campaigns were organized to carry out excavations financed by European and American museums. The picks and shovels quickly demonstrated that those hills were ancient cities. We could call them city tombs. Babylon is one of them. The winds had spread the dust of the desert over it for 20 centuries. The walls, originally built of brick, had disintegrated and returned to the earth. This is how it is today. Today the rich city of Babylon, a pile of earth abandoned so long ago that no one knew its name until the rubble accumulated for centuries in the streets, the noble temples and the palaces was removed. Some scientists consider that the Babylonian civilizations and those of the other cities in the valley are the oldest known. Some dates dating back to the 8th century have been reliably demonstrated. Pause equals 500, 000 years old. Descriptions of a solar eclipse were discovered in the ruins of Babylon. Modern astronomers easily calculated when there was a visible eclipse in Babylon and were thus able to establish the relationship between their calendar and ours. Thus it was possible to calculate that 8,000 years ago, the Sumerians who occupied Babylon lived in fortified cities. Their inhabitants were not simple barbarians who lived inside protective walls, but cultivated and intelligent people. As much as can be going back into written history, they were the first engineers, astronomers, mathematicians, financiers, and the first people to have a written language. We have already talked about the irrigation systems that transformed the arid valley into a cultivated orchard. The remains of the canals are still visible, although most are filled with sand. Some of them were so large that, when they did not carry water, a dozen horses could gallop head-on inside them. They are compared in width to the widest canals in Colorado and Utah. In addition to watering the land, Babylonian engineers carried out another equally vast project, to recover an immense swampy region at the mouth of the Euphrates by means of a drainage system and make it arable. Herodotus, Greek historian and traveler, visited Babylon as it was during its heyday and left us the only known description by a foreigner. His writings present a picturesque description of the city and some of the strange customs of its inhabitants. He mentions the remarkable fertility of the land and the abundant crops of wheat and barley that were gathered. The glory of Babylon has faded, but its wisdom has been preserved for us thanks to the archives. In those distant times, paper had not yet been invented, and instead, people laboriously engraved their writings on wet clay tablets. When they were finished, they were fired and hard. They measured approximately 6 by 8 inches and the thickness was 1 inch. They used these clay tablets, as they are commonly called, like our modern forms of writing. They were engraved legends, poetry, history, transcriptions of royal decrees, laws of the country, property titles, banknotes, and even letters that were sent by messengers to distant cities. Thanks to these tablets we have been able to learn about intimate matters of the people. A tablet that surely came from the archives of the country's grocer tells, for example, that a customer brought a cow and exchanged it for 7 bags of wheat, 3 delivered at the same time and the others 4 at the client's convenience. Archaeologists recovered entire libraries of these tablets, hundreds of thousands of them, protected by the rubble of the cities. The immense walls that surrounded the city they constituted one of the extraordinary wonders of Babylon. The ancients considered them comparable to the pyramids of Egypt and placed them among the 7 wonders of the world. The merit of the construction of the first walls is attributable to Queen Semiramis, but modern archaeologists have not been able to find vestiges of these first constructions, nor establish their exact height. From the writings of the ancients it is estimated that they measured between about 50 and 60 feet on the outside, which were made of baked bricks and also protected by a deep water moat. The most recent and famous walls were built about 600 years before Christ by King Nabopolassar, who planned a construction so colossal that he could not live to see the end of the works. It was his son Nebuchadnezzar, whose name appears in the Bible, who finished them. The height and length of these newer walls astonish us. A trustworthy authority reported that they must have been about 52 meters, that is, the height of a modern 15-story building. It is estimated that the total length was between 15 and 17 kilometers and the width was such that at the top it could run a chariot drawn by 6 horses. Virtually nothing remains of this formidable structure except a part of the foundations and the moat. In addition to the destruction of nature, the Arabs they took the bricks to build elsewhere. One after another, the victorious armies of almost all the conquerors of that period of invading wars faced the walls of Babylon. A multitude of kings besieged Babylon, but all in vain. The invading armies of that time were not inconsiderable and historians speak of forces of 10,000 knights, 25, equals 500, 000 chariots and 200 infantry regiments of 1,000 men each. They often needed 2 or 3 years of preparation to gather war material and food stores along the proposed line of march. The city of Babylon was organized almost like a modern city. A wall isolated the royal palaces inside the city. The Babylonians were skilled craftsmen who worked in sculpture, painting, weaving, gold, and made metal weapons and agricultural machinery. Equals 500 jewelers created pieces of exquisite taste and some samples that have been recovered from the tombs of wealthy citizens are exhibited in museums around the world. In a very distant time, while the rest of the world cut down trees with stone axes or hunted and fought with stone-tipped spears and arrows, the Babylonians already used metal axes, spears, and arrows. They were intelligent financiers and merchants. Equals 500, as far as we know. They were the inventors of money as currency, banknotes, and written property titles. Babylon was not conquered by its enemies until about 540 years before of Christ. But the walls were not taken then either. The story of the fall of Babylon is most extraordinary. Cyrus, one of the great conquerors of the time, planned to attack the city and take the unconquerable walls. The advisors of Nabonidus, king of Babylon, they persuaded him to go to Cyrus and fight battle without waiting for the city to be besieged. The Babylonian army, after consecutive defeats, moved away from the city. Cyrus entered through the open gates of the city, which offered no resistance. The power and prestige of Babylon gradually declined until, after a few centuries, it was abandoned, left at the mercy of winds and storms that returned it to the desert on which it had originally stood. Babylon had fallen, never to rise again, but we owe much to its civilization. The centuries have reduced to dust the proud walls of their temples, but their wisdom still survives. End.